Okay, we are ready.
Ready.
We're live.
Good morning. I would like to call the October 21st, 2021 board meeting to order, and the time is 9:25. I would like to apologize. We're having IT issues this morning from our board office in Austin, and we will proceed. I will start the meeting this morning with the board's mission statement and philosophy. Our mission statement: the mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills this mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. I'd like to welcome all our board members and board staff and audience this morning at this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Before we start this morning, I'd like to remind board members and staff to please keep their lines on mute until they wish to speak, and then after completing their remarks, should return their line to mute. Please remember to turn off any apps and/or email that may be open or running on your devices for the duration of this meeting. Finally, please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. I'd also like to remind everyone that the meeting today is being recorded and at the same time is also being sent out through a live link to the board's YouTube channel. Members of the public may observe this meeting today virtually through the YouTube channel or in person at the Hobby Building located at 333 Guadalupe, Room 100, Austin, Texas, as it takes place. We will begin with the board roll call now. Ms. Thomas?
Representing Consumers, Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, present.
Representing RN Practice, Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, present.
Representing RN Practice, Carol Hawkins.
Carol Hawkins, present.
Representing Consumers, Maisie Jameson.
Maisie Jameson, present.
Representing LVN Education, Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, present.
Representing LVN Practice, Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Representing Baccalaureate Nursing Education, Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Porter Edwards, present.
Representing Associate Degree Nursing Education, Tamara Rhodes.
Tamara Rhodes, present.
Representing Consumers, David Salcedo. Mr. Salcedo is absent. Representing LVN Practice, Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, present.
Representing Advanced Practice Nursing, Kathy Ship.
Kathy Ship, present.
Representing Consumers, Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, present.
Representing LVN Practice, Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, present.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the introduction of our staff.
Catherine Thomas, Executive Director.
Morning. Dusty Johnston, General Counsel.
Patricia.
Good morning. Patricia Vianas Cabrera, Executive Assistant.
Okay. Now, staff that are joined through WebEx, can we start with the directors? Kristen,
Good morning. I'm Kristen Benton, Director of Nursing.
Tony,
Good morning. My name is Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Mark is on at this time, but Mark Mayak, Director of Operations, should join us later. Or there you are, is that you? No. Virginia?
Good morning. I'm Virginia Ayers, Nursing Consultant for Education.
Jan Hooper?
Good morning, I'm Jan Hooper, Education Consultant.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's all the staff except for Dan. Dan, can you introduce yourself? We couldn't really hear you, but
This is Dan Fletcher.
and Carletha.
Good morning. I'm Carletha Sims. I'm a nursing consultant for practice.
Thank you. I think that's
Kathy,
everybody.
this is Dan Fletcher. I'm the Information Resources Manager at the Board of Nursing, working on the sound in the background. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard you. Great.
Excellent.
And if our board members now will introduce themselves. Daryl Chambers.
Yes, Daryl Chambers, representing consumers from Grand Prairie, Texas.
Thank you. Laura Disk.
Good morning. I'm Laura Disk. I represent RN Practice, and I am from Bar, Texas.
Dr. Allison Porter Edwards.
Good morning. My name is Allison Porter Edwards. I'm representing Baccalaureate Education. I'm faculty at University of Texas Cizik School of Nursing, and I am from Bel Air, Texas.
Thank you. Carol Hawkins.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins, representing RN Practice. I'm from San Antonio, Texas.
Thank you. Maisie Jameson.
This is Maisie Jameson, representing consumers from Dallas, Texas.
Thank you. Ken Johnson.
Good morning. This is Ken Johnson. I'm representing LVN Education, San Angelo, Texas, and I work at Howard College, Big Spring.
Thank you. Kathy Lederhorn.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice on the board. I reside in Granbury and practice with in hospice in Fort Worth.
Thank you. Tamara Rhodes.
Good morning. This is Tamara Rhodes, and I represent Associate Degree Nursing Education, and I'm currently faculty at West Texas A&M University.
Amarillo.
Amarillo.
Yes. Thank you. Melissa Scott.
Good morning. I am Melissa Scott, and I represent LVN Practice, and I live in Granbury, Texas, and I work at Cook Children's Medical Center in Fort Worth.
Thank you. Rick Williams.
Good morning. This is Rick Williams. I represent consumers, and I live in Kaling, Texas.
Thank you. Kim Wright.
Good morning. I'm Kim Wright. I currently reside in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I represent LVN Practice, and I work in an outpatient VA clinic.
Thank you. And I'm Kathy Ship. I represent APRN Practice. I'm from Lubbock, and I'm faculty at West Texas A&M University in their nurse practitioner program. So welcome everyone today. And I think Mark Mayak has joined us. Could you introduce yourself, please, Mark?
Mark Mayak, Director of Operations.
Thank you. Okay, board members and staff, let's get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda? Changes? We don't have any changes. Hearing no changes, Dr. Edwards, Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the October 21st, 2021 board meeting agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Okay, Ms. Jamison, second. Having a motion and a second to approve the agenda, if no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Board members, let's review the minutes from the July 22, 2021 board meeting and July 30, 2021 emergency board meeting. If there are no changes to that, Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the minutes of the July 22nd, 2021 board meeting and the July 30th, 2021 emergency board meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Melissa Scott, and I second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. If no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Let's move on to the consent agenda, board members. Are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? This is for consent agenda only. Hearing no response, continuing with consent agenda, board members, are there any recusals from the consent agenda? Hearing no recusals, are there any other items on the consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? This is consent agenda only. Hearing no other items, Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion to approve the consent agenda?
This
Earl
is Rick Williams. I second.
Okay. Thank you. Carol Hawkins is in the room with me, and I heard her over Rick. So thank you both. So there is a second on the motion, and having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, I approve.
yay. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Sorry, Daryl Chambers, yay.
Thank you. Laura Disk,
I vote for. I did it electronically, though.
oh, okay. All right. So we've been doing this virtual, and I've been taking a voice vote. So now we can go to board docs and do that. So we will be able to electronically vote. It took us a while to get going with virtual, and now we're going to in-face and virtual.
Madam President, if I could get Daryl Chambers' vote.
I didn't get the pop-up.
Okay, Daryl, did you vote with in board docs?
I didn't get the pop-up via board.
Did it come out?
No.
Okay, he voted yay. Can you put that in?
Madam President, all board members have voted for.
Thank you, and the motion passes. Before we move on, I just wanted the audience to know that as a board, we have received a great deal of information and data from our staff and reports, and we have gone over those. So sometimes it seems like maybe we move fast on some topics, but we have come prepared to this meeting as board members to vote on those items. And I do want to bring to the forefront item 3.2.5 for on the consent agenda for consideration of change in approval status from initial approval to full approval for St. Philip's College in San Antonio, Texas, Associate Degree Nursing Education Program. This is a huge feat and shows that they are doing their job for those students. And we're really proud of that school going from initial approval to full approval. So I wanted to make sure that there was a shout out for them on that. So at this time, we will move to 1.1 Executive Director's Report. Ms. Thomas?
Good morning, Madam President and members. I have a couple of announcements I'd like to make to begin with. Today, there's a special honoring of Louise Waddell. Louise is a former executive director of the board, my immediate predecessor. And she passed away this summer at the age of 90. And there was an article posted in our bulletin about her and one that was written for In Focus, which is an NCSBN publication, remembering her. I know that NCSBN will be delivering flowers today, and so when they show up, we'll point that out. She was the education secretary for the board from 1973 to 1987, and then she was executive director from 87 to 95. She retired in 1995. Dr. Waddell was very involved in National Council, as well as, of course, accomplished many things here, and the articles will highlight that, so I'll point you to them. Just want to say that we remember her fondly and send our best wishes to her family. I just want to point out that Allison Porter Edwards, board member, graduated with a certificate in public policy from Georgetown University. She has completed that program. I know it was a very difficult one, and want to shout out our congratulations to Dr. Porter Edwards.
Thank you for that.
I also want to mention to you that practice consultant Linda Laws is retiring in November. She came to work for us in 2011 as an advanced practice consultant and later transitioned to the practice team. She has a lot of experience she brought to us and that she added to our work all the time. We've really admired her and appreciated her. She leaves us with over 40 years of experience as a nurse, including a stellar career as a nurse leader in the United States Army. Her last day will appropriately be on Veterans Day, November 11th. Thank you, Linda, for all of your service and your impact on nursing practice in Texas. And last but certainly not least, I want to welcome Carletha Sims. Carletha is a new practice consultant for the board. She has been with us since the beginning of September, and she brings a lot of experience, including areas that we don't currently have on our staff, home health and dialysis, as well as teaching and most recently in regulation as a nursing quality monitor for HHSC. She has her BSN from Stephen F. Austin State University and her MSN from the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston. Carletha has been a welcome addition. She's hit the ground running, and we're very, very pleased to have her on board. So join me in welcoming her. Okay. Moving on, I want you to look at the report 1.1 on the agenda, which is the Executive Director report. I'm just going to highlight a couple things and also add a couple of comments. I think one of the big announcements is that the Nurse Licensure Compact is up to 38 jurisdictions now, 37 states and 1 territory, the Territory of Guam. 3 states joined this year, Vermont, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Both Ohio and Pennsylvania are large population states. So that's very good news for the compact. All of the new boards are welcome. If you see item 6.1 on the agenda, you'll have a little more information about the compact. NCSBN e-Notify service has continued to grow here in Texas. We currently have over 1,800 Texas nurse employers who've signed on 675,000, over 675,000 Texas nurses in e-Notify. Remember that this service provides immediate updates to the employer or to the individual nurse who might be signed on about their license status, any discipline that occurs, and so on. Just to mention that 87th Texas Legislature, the third special session did see the passage of Senate Bill 8, but there were a lot of changes made between what I gave you in your attachment and what finally passed. And so we're in the process of sorting that out right now, and we'll let you know the final outcome of that. But that allocates the American Rescue Plan Act monies that will be coming to the state for disaster relief. The Facilities Commission has informed us that we're still on schedule to move next summer to the new building. However, we don't know when in the summer we will move. It will all be done in phases, not all at one time. We go for periods of time without receiving any updates from the Facilities Commission. So a committee of the Health Professions Council, a group of the executive directors and staff who are on the boards that make up the HPC, have been meeting and assimilated some questions that we have for TFC about the move so we can get prepared and stay on our schedule. And we've submitted those to them and are waiting their response. The only thing I wanted to point out about the COVID news is that beginning on November 1st, staff are going to return to the office for a minimum of 2 days a week in the office and the remainder of their time at home. That way we can limit the number of people here, maintain our distancing and so on, keeping everybody safe. And then we will be evaluating that plan and seeing where we go from there. You'll remember we held 2 COVID-19 vaccine clinics in the building for all the tenants of the Hobby building. That was done a few months ago. And then recently we held a flu clinic also for all the tenants here in the building. And it was very well attended. So we are in the process of joining 2 additional modules of CAPS. Remember, that's our platforms that we capture certain information on. The new ones are CAPS Recruit, which is going to provide job applications ability to search postings and things online, and the ability for us to track all of that information in a database. The other one is CAPS Performance Management, which allows agencies to roll out their performance management plans to the workforce and measure everybody's employment and keep track of all those things year to year. I wanted to add to my report that we've received news that Vista College has closed its campus immediately earlier this month. I believe we have been informed that they have filed bankruptcy. They don't have a teach out plan. However, the campus director has been very responsible and concerned about the students who are really going to graduate very soon, but they haven't met their final criteria. So she has made arrangements with 3 facilities at their campuses in Port Arthur, Killeen, and Paso. And those education programs will assist her in providing space and other resources to her to get those students prepared to graduate. And then she can sign off on their their verification of graduation from the program. A lot of other programs have volunteered to take on the students who want to transfer. And so our consultants are working very closely both with the director and the programs to make sure these students have a good transition. I want to thank Dr. Hooper and Dr. Ayers because they have really been very helpful in aiding this program and their students. So thank you very much. I also wanted to mention, guys, I'm flipping around too much. If you look at the data that was provided to you under an earlier report, 512, and we look year to year, it's really important to point out that the number of RNs continues to grow in spite of the pandemic. And the number of LVNs has declined slightly this year. So we went from 107,000 last year to 105,000 plus this year. I think that the number of licenses renewed has gone up, and other measures are showing growth. So we're pleased that at least we have a pool of licensed nurses who'd be able to contribute to the workforce going forward. We don't know the long-term effects of the pandemic on the nursing supply. We'll continue to monitor that carefully. I know that the Nurses Association and others are also looking at that so they can plan for the next legislative session. And finally, I just want to tell you that we're in the process of working on our 2021 annual report, and that will be brought to the board in January of 2022. That's when we usually bring it to the board for approval. And then we'll post it on our website, and it'll be available to the public. I'm happy to answer any questions that board members may have.
Board members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We will now consider agenda item 3.2.6, consideration of curriculum change proposal to establish a new pre-licensure nursing track at the master's degree level, Texas Lutheran University in Seguin. Dr. Ayers will be presenting this for us to the board. Dr. Ayers.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President. With this agenda item, Texas Lutheran University in Seguin, Texas, is requesting approval of a major curriculum change to establish a new pre-licensure nursing track at the master's degree level. Typically, the education consultants approve requests for curriculum changes internally. However, since this is a different entry level, the education team is requesting board consideration for approval. Texas Lutheran, founded in 1891, is a private faith-based university offering liberal arts, sciences, and professional studies. The university is accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, or SACS-COC, while the nursing program is accredited by the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education, or CCNE. In April 2014, the Board of Nursing approved establishment of the Texas Lutheran Pre-Licensure Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Program, the BSN program. At the January 2017 quarterly board meeting, the board voted to formally change the approval status of the BSN program from initial approval to full approval based on the 2016 NCLEX RN pass rate of 100%. The proposed pre-licensure direct entry Master of Science in Nursing, or DEMSN track, will be offered at Texas Lutheran's extension site in New Braunfels. This track is comprised of 75 semester credit hours and designed to be completed in 5 semesters. It will be delivered through a combination of face-to-face and online courses with faculty supervised hands-on clinical learning experiences in a wide variety of healthcare settings. Texas Lutheran currently has 31 active clinical contracts. The proposed DEMSN curriculum is the same as utilized in the university's accelerated BSN program, but it's in a compressed format. As a point of clarification, I would like to note an error in the board report under the summary of the proposal section, as the board report incorrectly presents the graduation date of the initial cohort as June 2024. The actual graduation date of the initial cohort will be June 2023. We appreciate President Shipp calling this inconsistency to our attention. The enrollment plan is to admit an initial cohort of 35 students in January 2022. These students will graduate with both a BSN and a master's degree in nursing in June 2023. The graduates will then be eligible to take the NCLEX RN licensure examination. Texas Lutheran plans to monitor the DEMSN track outcomes with a separate NCLEX RN program code. The Director of Nursing, Dr. Amy Bedgood, will oversee the DEMSN track as well as the other Texas Lutheran nursing programs. Dr. Bedgood has served as the nursing program chair since August 2020. Sufficient faculty members are in place for the DEMSN track, including 12 doctorally prepared faculty members. Synergis Education, in collaboration with the university's nursing department, will develop and implement a marketing program to support new enrollment for the DEMSN track. The target market would be individuals from diverse backgrounds who hold a baccalaureate degree in a discipline other than nursing and who are between the ages of 23 and 35. Many Texas nursing education programs are now utilizing third-party vendors, such as Synergist Education, to offer additional expertise and resources to grow new programs. I would now like to turn the presentation over to the Texas Lutheran University representatives so they may share their vision of the proposed DEMSN track with you. Thank you.
Okay, now can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you for having us here today and allowing us to share a little bit about this program that we are proposing. As Dr. Ayers has described in her introduction, TLU is proposing a direct entry Master of Science in Nursing program that builds off of our existing BSN curriculum. Over the past year, we have had a work group composed of existing TLU nursing faculty who were tasked by myself to revise the existing curriculum to create a strong foundation in nursing that will prepare graduates for entry into the profession, as well as to prepare them to advance into nursing leadership, advanced practice, or other areas of nursing.
Dr. Bedgood, could you please introduce yourself?
I'm so sorry. Yes, I apologize. My name is Dr. Amy Bedgood, and I am the current Director of Nursing at Texas Lutheran University. I have actually been at Texas Lutheran University since 2014 when we admitted our first cohort and was part of the development and growth of starting this new program in that time. And in my time at TLU, have served as faculty, the BSN coordinator, as well as now the Director of Nursing. Do you want me to have our other representatives introduce themselves?
Yes.
So I also have Dr. Patricia Fichter-Patrick here, and she is the Assistant Director of Nursing who oversees our New Braunfels campus.
Good morning. Like Dr. Bedgood said, I'm Dr. Fichter-Patrick, and I've been with TLU since the spring of 2020, and I was brought on board to help launch the ABSN program on the remote campus in New Braunfels. So I work closely with Dr. Bedgood and Dr. Ferguson with oversight of the ABSN track.
And then I've also have Dr. Sarah Ferguson. She is our Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Again, as Dr. Bedgood said, my name is Dr. Sarah Ferguson. I am the Vice President of Academic Affairs here at Texas Lutheran. I have been here just over a year. When I was faculty, I've been in higher ed for a while in administration. While a faculty member, I was a professor of social work at a university in Minnesota with a very strong nursing program, very elaborate, lots of different, so I have a vast experience in working with nursing programs and just have been delighted to work with both Dr. Bedgood and Dr. Fitzgerald-Patrick. So happy to be with you all today.
Thank you. Please continue.
So during our revision process, the work group really recognized the importance of keeping that core foundation unchanged while integrating advanced education and health assessment, pathophysiology, pharmacology, leadership, informatics, safety, research, quality improvement, and policy development. So the new DEMSN curriculum is designed to weave advanced coursework throughout the curriculum. As Dr. Ayers mentioned, this program will be a full-time 75 credit program that spans 5 semesters. At completion, students will be awarded a BSN and an MSN and will be eligible to sit for the NCLEX RN. We believe that this program has been developed to graduate academically and clinically prepared future nurses, as they will complete 990 hands-on clinical lab and simulation hours, as well as 795 didactic hours. The nursing program at Texas Lutheran University has established a track record over the past 6 years of NCLEX success, rigor, and a commitment to developing students to be lifelong learners and servant leaders, which is in alignment with our mission. Texas Lutheran University is physically and financially committed to the nursing program and its success. And as previously mentioned, the university has, as a result of this commitment, partnered with Synergis Education. And this partnership has assisted TLU in recruitment and marketing, which has been very helpful in our recruitment efforts with our existing ABSN track. Since 2020, our partnership again has proven to be very successful as we've consistently exceeded our enrollment projections in our ABSN track. Synergis Education has provided instructional designers, enrollment counselors, and resources for physical facilities, while TLU has retained control over admission and progression decisions, curriculum development, and policies and procedures that govern the program and the university. With this partnership, TLU is confident that our proposed DEMSN program will flourish and grow to meet the healthcare needs of our community. Another consideration in our decision to propose a DEMSN program was that our current ABSN students have expressed that they wished completion of the program had resulted in awarding of a master's degree versus a second bachelor's degree. It was also noted that a DEMSN or master's program would improve student access to federal funding for their education. We did investigate these ideas further and found that there were alternate entry master's programs in other states that were able to achieve these goals. Some of the schools that we consulted with were La Roche University in Pennsylvania, Brenau University in Georgia, and Alverno College in Wisconsin. Each of these colleges have successfully implemented similar programs. Alverno College reports that their alternate entry MSN students have scored well on NCLEX, exceeding the national average, and currently have a 96% pass rate from their alternate entry program. Aside from that, we also looked at Johns Hopkins University's program, as well as the only other university in Texas that offers an alternate entry MSN. And in that, looked at the demand for these programs and how they were implemented. With this background knowledge and information, we moved forward with proposing our DEMSN program to meet the state of Texas's needs for nurses, as well as the needs of the non-traditional students seeking a career change into the nursing profession. And I just want to say thank you for your consideration.
Do any of the other representatives want to add some comments?
You know, as the VPA, I can just add that the university is in full support of this proposal. We have been in full support of the nursing program and very happy to have started it a few years ago. It has been a strong success and really a good resource for our students. The New Braunfels site as well, we feel that it is helping us meet our mission of serving the community and extending the nursing program and nursing option for those folks who have later decided that they want to pursue nursing as a vocation. And so just again, to stress that Texas Lutheran is in very strong support of this nursing proposal.
Thank you.
I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Are there any questions, board members, of this report? Ms. Lederhorn?
I just had a question, and I would appreciate some input from my fellow board members with education. My concern is from the patient or an employer perspective. When they see a master's prepared nurse, in my feeling, they are going to assume that there's postgraduate work in nursing, whereas in reality, they'll be a baby nurse. So that, and I understand how your students want to be awarded a master's instead of a second bachelor's. Um, it would just be my concern that what your public or your employers, so your employers are going to see an MSN and say, oh, they're going to be on a different pay trajectory, they're going to be on a different supervised role, a supervision role, whereas they just passed the NCLEX. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
I would, that is absolutely something that we had discussed throughout our work group and a consideration. One thing I would like to say is, I think maybe it was a misconception, but the program is built off of our existing program, but there is graduate level coursework that is completed throughout this track. So our current ABSN track is 60 hours. This program would be 75 hours. They have advanced health assessment, advanced patho, advanced pharm, and they are actually going to be positioned well that in the future, if they would like to go for a postmaster certificate as an NP, they would have that core work completed. They are also going to be getting additional coursework in leadership and policy and politics, as well as safety. We In knowing that, we also recognize very clearly that they are baby nurses, as you said. And we plan to, and already have, discussed, they will be entry to practice. They are going to need to work. If, some may not have a desire to go on to advanced practice or something else, they are going to need to gain their experience as a registered nurse at the bedside before they move anywhere else. Our anticipation, though, is that if they have the desire to transition into a different type position, their trajectory might be a little faster than someone else who is a new nurse, because they already have that foundational master's. It is a generic master's, it is not a specialty. And so we recognize that they will be starting out as a new nurse. So
So correct me. So that was probably my bad. So they're not awarded an MSN.
no, they are awarded an MSN.
And I understand that the onus is on the individual educated nurse. Obviously, we all are, to not put ourselves into a position um, in over our heads. However, I also know employers, and I know that they're going to see that. And my fear is that they're just going to jump over some of that basic bedside work that we do.
I think that the thing, and I guess I don't know what will happen in that realm and how exactly employers will see it. I know that in the other states and places that we've looked at programs, the nurses have started out as bedside nurses. They go into this degree because they want to be a nurse and they want that hands-on experience. They're very hungry for it. So that's really their goal. Um, so, you know, there could be the one-offs that say they want to go directly into something else. And, you know, that's sort of, you know, at that point out of our control if they decide to go into leadership early. While I believe they should absolutely get that clinical experience once they have their degree, you know, that doesn't, we kind of lose control from that perspective, but it's no different than these new programs that are coming out that are BSN to DNP, where we have, I mean, and we have some past graduates that are already in DNP programs, you know, fresh out of school. And I get your concerns because I think they're valid, but I think it's the at this point, I feel like our responsibility is to educate these nurses to be safe and competent practitioners and help them to achieve their goals of being a nurse and being an excellent bedside nurse. What they do after that would be is difficult at this point to know how this will play out because it is a new program in Texas.
If I can jump in, I think the other thing that we will do, I completely agree with what Dr. Bedgood has talked about. We've been in contact with UT Austin, who has the same program or a similar program, and how they're navigating this. How are they ensuring that as they graduate their students, that they are comfortable with what their scope of practice should be at that point. So I think we're in those conversations as well.
And actually, I would just like to point out that we received a nice letter from the coordinator of that program at UT, very excited that we were proposing another track because stating that there is definitely a need that they see with their program and that we may be able to assist in meeting that need for this non-traditional student who is seeking a career change.
This is Kathy Ship. Are there any other questions or comments from any board members? Ms. Disk?
Hi, good morning. I'm just curious on how you determined the age limit, the 23 to 35.
Well, I would say it's not an age limit. It's just what do we typically see? Who is typically in the market? So it's a target. It's saying this is what we anticipate will be our population of students. Obviously, if we have and currently in our ABSN track, I think we have someone who's 50. That's fine. But they kind of are outliers for the norm. And so I think that's when we speak to that age range, it's what we are expecting to see, although it is not gonna be a barrier. You know, we're not gonna say if you're outside 35, you can't apply.
Thank you.
This is Tamara Rhodes. I shared the same concerns with that age limit. I think you would miss a lot of really good candidates if you don't expand that age. So I would encourage y'all to maybe even change that wording in your document. Thank you.
I would also add, it's probably more for our marketers in the niche they're trying to go for. But for us, we certainly are open and welcoming and encouraging anybody at any age, but we certainly can make that change. So I think it's more of the marketers, that's the group they're looking at.
Dr. Porter Edwards?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, actually, I think that that needs to be removed completely, and that can be an internal marketing issue. You can discuss that with your marketing or advertising team. It's discriminatory, and I think you're going to get in trouble with that sort of language. Maybe that is your target group, but I think you've got to remove that language.
Thank you.
This is Kathy Ship, and I'm an APRN, and I teach in a graduate program, and I've taught in all levels of nursing for over 30 years. So I have not seen a master's program that's 24 hours, and I looked at your grid of the courses, and usually graduate students are full-time at 6 to 9 hours, maybe special permission at 12. And so I looked at your courses, and the titles of the courses, I did not see advanced farm, advanced patho, and advanced assessment. I see what they're named here. And I came up with 24 hours because I looked at where the asterisks were. And so I would just like for you to clarify that with me. I
Okay.
would appreciate it.
Yes. So the total program is 75 hours, and the 24 hours, when those were asterisks, those were to indicate those are different, completely different courses specific to our DEMSN track when compared to our ABSN or our traditional BSN tracks. We were in looking at the different like naming of the courses, we're advised not to call them advanced, but to call them 1 and 2. They're labeled as 500 level courses and 600 level courses to indicate that they are at that higher level. And when we looked at the development of our course learning outcomes, we did side-by-side comparison with our existing curriculum and our proposed curriculum, and to ensure that we were really elevating the expectations for their learning outcomes, that their activities were at a higher level as far as critical thinking and analysis and evaluation. And so, we did do that side-by-side comparison. So in essence, the program is 75 hours. It's all going to be at a higher level than our traditional program. However, the foundational knowledge is still there. The foundational knowledge needed for that, nursing education piece to become an entry to practice registered nurse.
Thank you. I noticed too that you talked about the DEX, you talked about the essentials for the BSN, but you didn't talk about the essentials for the master program. And I was just verifying that you are looking at that. I mean, all of us in academia know the essentials are changing, and they're going to domains and competencies. And I know that that's going to be a huge change that's coming. Our curriculum, we're working on it at our university as well as the others are, and it's not going to come for 2 to 3 years. I'm wondering what you're thinking about at this point, looking at those new essentials, because you're a new program, and there's 2 levels, level 1 and level 2. And they talk about in there not being a generalist, having more specialist. So what are your thoughts?
Yes. So when we started working on this proposal, it was prior to the voting and approval of the new essentials. And so we had started mapping some things out to the master's essentials when we started. When the new essentials were voted on and approved, we had some good discussion about how do we handle this. And in my mind, I thought it's better to start out from the beginning with the new essentials, which seemed like a great idea. And as we dug in, we realized the complexity of the difference in our thinking and like, how are we going to do this? And what does competency-based education look like? But what I can tell you is we are going with the new essentials. On the mapping that you may have seen in there, some of it has the master's essentials, and then so it's sort of in transition because we were making that switch. Whereas our program outcomes are outlined mapped according to the domains. So our plan, and I've been attending the every 2-week ASIN meetings to understand more and learn about these new essentials, is that this program would fall under the level 1. It's still entry to practice. It's not an advanced practice degree. And so it would still fall under those level ones, but we are working through how to develop and revise the overall curriculum for this program as well as our existing program for competency-based education. So yes, our plan is to launch with the new essential standards.
Okay, thank you for that. I think one of the things that Dr. Ayers said is this is untried, and we definitely want new innovations. We want to think out of the box, but our responsibility here is to protect the public, and students are our public as well. And so we really look at this, and our education consultants do as well very closely. And we definitely want to have your program be visited and talking to students and really following up on that. Just historically, we've seen sometimes with new programs that the students and the program itself, if not watched closely, could get into problems in their NCLEX, and we want to stay on top of that, and we want you to be successful. And we really like these new ideas. We do have a nursing shortage, and definitely want to see new programs. So any other questions, board members?
Madam President, this is Kathy Leader-Horn. I'm sorry, I just had one more question, and this is to board staff. Is there, I don't understand why this wasn't brought as a pilot program with the built-in observations that we have with the pilot program, as opposed to just a new program. Did it not meet the criteria for a pilot since it is new? And Dr. Bedgood, I just wanted to say, maybe I misheard technology, but were you saying that they're not being awarded an advanced practice degree? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
They are not going to be an APRN. They will have an
Oh,
a
right. But
yes.
there'll be an MSN. Okay,
Yes,
gotcha. I thought I
ma'am.
misheard. Thank you.
Ms. Leaderhorn, this is Virginia. This was brought to us by the developers at Texas Lutheran University as a major curriculum change. And in evaluating the model they're proposing, we felt it prudent to bring it to the board for guidance, and we can certainly write in the monitoring requirements. The initial enrollment pattern was changed, so we can write in our typical monitoring issues that we would normally do for a new program.
This is Kathy Ship. I think I echo that, Ms. Leaderhorn's concerns, and would like for that to be there as well. And in looking over the proposal, it was 35 students per cohort, and it would be one cohort the first 3 years, and then it was tripling for the fourth and fifth year, which would not give us enough NCLEX data to, I felt, jump to 192 students a year and go from 35 to 100 and was it 92? Maybe 94. And so we have the potential for the amendment to be 35 in one cohort for 3 years, and then go to 3 cohorts the fourth and fifth year of 35, and not go to 64 per cohort. And so that has been, this initial report had those different numbers, but our, yeah, so our proposed order, we do have that in there, and then would like to have that, as Dr. Ayers has said, about the visiting of the school and the communication with the school. So any other questions, board members? Yes, and so Dr. Ayers, can you explain that proposed order? I was talking about it, but not as succinctly.
Oh, thank you, President Ship. We did change the enrollment pattern, and the new plan is to enroll 35 students annually for years 1, 2, and 3. And then for years 4 and 5, enroll 3 cohorts of 35 students each for an annual enrollment of 105 students. And this is a departure from the previous plan. And we can certainly do the survey visit. It may be virtual, but we can conduct a very thorough site visit and then establish our typical monitoring where we request reports on a quarterly basis that describe the student outcomes. We monitor the numbers of students, looking at attrition and their grades. It's an overview of how the students are progressing.
Thank you for that explanation. And this is what your staff is recommending when we have our motion that says impose the conditions and requirements in the attached order. Correct? Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions, board members? Thank you for your questions and your dialogue. Do I have a motion?
Madam
This is
President,
Tamara. Oh, go ahead, Laura.
Yes. Who's speaking? I'm not sure.
Emma, go ahead.
I'm not quite sure how to word it, but I would move to grant initial approval to Texas Lutheran University to establish a new pre-licensure nursing track at the master's level in Seguin, Texas, and impose the conditions and requirements in the board order with the suggestions that we mentioned previously. Will that work?
Yes, do you have that?
Yes, this is Dusty Johnson, General Counsel. That is the proposed order that that the motion seeks to adopt. And that, isn't that right, Virginia? The proposed order that's before the board in their documents is the one that we've been discussing.
Yes, I'd like to clarify that it may not be written in that board order about the survey visit and the monitoring plans. So we do need to add that.
And my motion would include the monitoring and the survey plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Melissa Scott, and I second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. And if there's no other discussion, would you please vote?
Madam President, we have 11 votes for, 1 vote against.
So we have 11 votes for and 1 against, so the motion carries. So thank you very much for being here today, and we look forward to your success and your students doing well and continued great NCLEX reports, and we appreciate your work. Thank you. And
Thank
to
you
our
very much.
educational consultants as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, at this time, on our agenda is 3.2.7, report and presentations on the emergence of partnership models between nursing education programs and clinical settings to create opportunities for clinical learning experiences for students that may alleviate the nursing shortage. Dr. Hooper and Dr. Benton are our consultants on that. We have 3 videos that we will be observing that showcase these programs, and then we will have our presenters.
Thank you, President Ship, board members, Ms. Thomas, and staff members. This is an exciting report. As the educators on the board remember, when the pandemic began, nursing programs moved to online education that included virtual clinical experiences. On March 27th, 2020, NCSBN posted a policy brief on their website with endorsement from 10 national nursing organizations suggesting that practice partnerships be established. That policy briefing is an attachment to your report. A few of the BSN programs began to discuss partnerships with clinical settings to allow students to engage in new types of clinical experiences. In the past few months, we have received calls from programs as well as from hospital administrators to discuss their ideas for involving students in rich clinical experiences. Some of the conversations included both education and practice. We were gratified that they wanted to make sure the plans were in compliance with the NPA and education rules. Some of the questions that came up were, may students receive wages or stipends? Where does the responsibility lie if there are student errors? What kind of supervision is required? Can students give medications? The partnerships provide many advantages for student practice, as well as assistance to hospitals with the extra nursing care available during a time of need. The stories have been compelling, and we asked 3 programs to give presentations at this board meeting. All were positive about the opportunity. To do this within the limits of meeting accommodations, each program created a video for board review. Many thanks to the University of Houston, Texas Tech El Paso, and UT Health Science Center for their presentations. Each of the presenters will introduce themselves in the video. And everyone, keep your fingers crossed. This is a new adventure for us. Well, while there's a setup, we will have question and answer time. You see the program directors here.
Good day. My name is Catherine Tard. I am the founding dean at the University of Houston's College of Nursing. Thank you for inviting me to the Board of Nursing. I would like to share my screen with you at this time. This has been an amazing year, and we are so appreciative for Dr. Hooper and all of those at the Board of Nursing who really helped to guide us through a most difficult year. I would like to share our experiences with you at this meeting and allow you to hear our story. First of all, it's important that you understand our mission is to provide nursing education to a diverse student population that builds professional leaders and clinical experts. Our values are of integrity, honesty, accountability, compassion, and respect for all people. In March of 2020, we had already met about 52% of our clinical requirements for our graduating senior students. And so when the pandemic came, we knew that there was going to be major issues because we had already heard from some of our colleagues in China who wanted some of our PPE. So we knew that there was going to be a major shortage. And so I called our clinical affiliates and said that we would be able to pull out if that would help them. So there was no knee-jerk reaction. We worked very closely with our clinical sites, and they were overwhelmed, and they were very appreciative of us being so considerate of them. We communicated this with our students, we met with them, and then in March, we also had our spring break, and so that allowed us to gear up for what was to come. We talked with our students and asked them in our meeting through Zoom, which we all had Zoom accounts, which was wonderful, but their biggest concern at that time was graduating on time. And that was our biggest concern for them as well. So from March to August, we probably sent at least 4 curriculum scenarios to the Board of Nursing. We ended up front loading all of our didactic courses for the rest of the spring semester and the summer. Everything went online for simulations, testing, proctoring of tests, lectures, all of our labs. And we then surveyed the students again, and their biggest concern was graduating on time. We used social media almost every day. We used Facebook. We used Instagram to talk with the students and communicate with them. And I met with them very frequently during Zoom meetings with the larger groups. On March 27th, we did receive the policy brief, and I think I ruminated on that policy brief for about a day to see how we could help our clinical affiliates. And so working with the leadership at the College of Nursing, I did call our clinical partners and asked how we could help, because at this time, the hospitals were overrun. There were no family members there. They were in a world of hurt and need. And so we used the policy brief then to develop an alternative clinical experience for our students. And the hospitals sent out PRN, student professional nurse, nurse aide. They use different names depending on the 6 different facilities that we were working with. And we communicated this then with our students. What did that mean for us at the end of the day? We had adjunct faculty members who we had to double in number so that we had the appropriate coverage per Board of Nursing rules. We increased by almost 50% our clinical adjunct hours, and we increased our clinical adjunct pay from fall 2020 to fall 2021. So it really did make a huge significant impact on our budget. You can see the salaries that the students were able to earn. We usually have them in 240 hours, but they had more, almost 40 hours more in clinical. We had 42 students, or about 50% of our seniors, who participated in the alternative model. And I want you to know that all of these students passed NCLEX on the first time pass rate when they first took the exam. We had about 5 students that stayed on with employment. Other than that, the students left. and went on to different jobs. All students were hired, whether they were in the model or not. You can see that the students felt that this kind of an experience really helped them. They felt that they were not walking on eggshells and they did not feel like outsiders. They felt like they were part of a team. In addition, our employers believed that it was a mixed bag. They spent a lot of time orienting these students into these positions where they were employees. However, the students did help them out in a huge time of need. And so it was positive in that regard, but it did take a lot of energy on the part of the employers to hire them as employees. When we evaluated the students, we could see that they thought in the bright red that the experience was worthwhile. In the maroon color, they felt that the experience was worthwhile and they would recommend it. A few students thought it was not worthwhile. Some people did not participate because of COVID. Others did not participate in the light blue because of personal reasons. Some did not participate but wish they had. And in the bright blue here, they did not participate because we were able to provide the clinical experiences that they needed to graduate on time. So I want to also just give you some more information about what the students said in an open-ended question that we asked. Let us know a little bit about your experience. And I think this, I'm going to give you two. I have quite a few responses here, but at first I felt very overwhelmed and incompetent. However, as I kept doing the shifts and learned to prioritize patients and their needs, I quickly learned I could do this job. I think the experience taught me how to stand up for myself, how to treat other people with respect, and how to work well with all parts of the team. This opportunity gave me more time to critically think and prioritize on my own. Although I was placed in some difficult situations, I felt the unit provided enough support and guidance when I found days to be tough. I also felt that my clinical preceptor helped fill in gaps and parts that I did not understand or the difficult situations I needed to work on through my head. Although I know by doing this clinical experience, I am a more prepared nurse. This job has helped me to lay a strong professional foundation. Another student wrote, as I was always too busy caring for my 10 to 15 patients, I felt I missed out on a lot of clinical experiences in my senior semester, and I regret taking the job. This could be a great opportunity, but it was not for me. So as you can see, it is a mixed bag. Our college is not going to do this permanently. We do know that we can do it if we need to do it. And we will continue to work with our Board of Nursing. And again, thank you so much for inviting us to share our story. And thank you for your support to the Board of Nursing. We appreciate you.
What has made our pre-licensure transition to practice internship successful is that we came together as committed academic practice partners to co-create a way for senior students to be immersed in clinical learning while also What has made our pre-licensure transition to practice internship successful is that we came together as committed academic practice partners to co-create a way for senior students to be immersed in clinical learning while also establishing relationships with their future coworkers. Our internship approach is strategically designed to improve the clinical learning experience, facilitate transition to practice, increase retention rates of graduate nurses, and improve quality of care. We accomplish this by ensuring each intern embraces the values of Methodist Healthcare and are a good fit for the culture of the unit. The unit in turn provides a supportive, welcoming, and inclusive environment because their intern is a fellow coworker upon graduation. The internship takes place during the final semester and combines curricular and co-curricular activities on one unit for students who are selected. As true academic practice partners, UT Health San Antonio School of Nursing and Methodist Healthcare participate together in selecting interns, problem-solving arising issues, celebrating internship achievements, and evaluating outcomes. Additionally, this relationship helped us to excel during the pandemic.
Potential interns submit an application, letter of interest, resume, and academic transcripts. Students identify specific units within Methodist Healthcare they find aligns with their career goals. Applicants are reviewed by a joint committee that determines who proceeds to the interview phase. Nurse managers, unit educators, and staff conduct interviews because students essentially become a part of our Methodist Healthcare team. The review process is very deliberate. Students have completed internships in the following areas: behavioral health, intensive care, intermediate progressive care, emergency department, orthopedics, general medicine, surgery, telemetry, pediatrics, the operating room, obstetrics, and NICU.
The internship is structured for comprehensive support with one full-time faculty member and one full-time director at Methodist Healthcare who oversees the administration of the program.
Some highlights of the internship include: interns receive a stipend for $3,000 and they complete an additional 260 clinical hours beyond those required by the curriculum. Our interns are hired into RN positions after graduation in the unit where they were interned. And Methodist Healthcare requires a 2-year commitment. Interns work with one dedicated preceptor throughout the semester and complete their clinical course hours on that same unit as their internship. Interns explore their RN competencies and orientation objectives, enabling them to experience a shortened orientation after graduation.
In my internship at Methodist Healthcare, I was a member of the medical ICU team, and the nurses on the unit really helped me feel like I was an important part of that team. My experience in the Methodist Healthcare internship helped me to grow stronger as a new nurse. It helped me gain confidence in my abilities to transition from a student into a working RN. The internship at Methodist Hospital really helped expose me to a variety of leadership positions, from the charge nurses to the nursing managers, the directors, even the providers. It really helped inspire me to continue my education so that hopefully one day I can become a CRNA. I worked for the medical surgical ICU unit at Methodist Specialty and Transplant. And from the very beginning, everyone made me feel like part of the family, which is really the reason why I chose that particular hospital. Everyone wanted to see me be successful, so they were always willing to give me advice and give me the tools I needed to do that. I did get a text actually after I got hired from the assistant CNO, and he congratulated me, welcomed me to the family, and asked if there was anything that he could personally do for me to ensure my success at the hospital. My experience at my Methodist internship really helped me gain the confidence that I'm going to need to step into the role as a professional nurse. Many of the nurse leaders that I have worked with are former interns, and a few of them are actually pursuing graduate degrees in nursing, and they've all inspired me to eventually pursue my DNP and become a nurse leader one day.
I worked with the labor and delivery unit at Methodist Children's, and everybody that I worked with made me feel like I was part of the team. During my internship, I was exposed to many leaders on my unit. I got to work with our director, our educator, and of course my preceptor and our charge nurse. And it really showed me the different roles that leadership takes in our day-to-day nursing field, but also possible leadership roles that I could have in the future. A few years from now, I do see myself going back to school and becoming a certified nursing midwife. So all of these hours that I'm putting in on the labor and delivery floor really give me the experience that I need and that I wanted to be able to help my patients in the future in the best possible way.
The future success of nurses who are new to the profession is largely dependent upon their nursing education experience and how supported they are in their transition to practice environment. Our internship offers a smoother transition to practice and enhances clinical learning for graduating seniors.
Hey, this is Kathy Lederhorn. I don't know if anyone can hear me, but that audio, it was in and out every couple of minutes. I don't know if everybody else had that, but virtually did not hear a whole lot.
Good morning from Texas Tech Health Sciences Center in El Paso from the Hunt School of Nursing. I'm Dr. Stephanie Woods, and I'm the Dean of the program. I've been asked to share with you an innovative model that we have been using for the last year, and we are continuing to develop this model as we speak. This is based on work that I did while I was at Texas Women's University in Dallas. We call it the cohort model, and it is a very straightforward, sensible and practical approach to the clinical placement of nursing students in the undergraduate program. This is what we try our best to do. We seat a cohort of 10 students in a singular hospital or within a hospital system. And we do not move those students place to place as they continue across the curriculum, but rather they will remain in that singular hospital or within that system, doing the majority of their clinical work in one facility or one system. We are trying to minimize the amount of distraction that a student has that does not directly relate to their learning and does not actually help them become a better nurse. So what we have currently is we have 10 students placed at University Medical Center, which is one of our partners for Texas Tech, and we also have a cohort of 10 students at the hospitals of Providence and particularly at the Trans Mountain campus, who is another strategic partner. And then within the hospitals of Providence, we have multiple groups that float within that system. And then we also have a group of students who are at the Del Sol Medical Center. The student will begin their foundations course, clinical work at those hospitals. They will progress then to the next semester where they are still in that same hospital and or that system, and they will progress to chronic care, to acute care, ultimately to transitions, and those are the major clinical courses. And then if the specialty is available within that facility, they will also do their pediatrics, their women's health, and their psychiatric rotations there. If the specialty rotations are not available within the assigned facility, then the student will be moved briefly to attend clinical at a different site to meet those course objectives. The students now understand how that hospital works. They become familiar with the staff, with the policies, with the equipment that is there. And for the students, I tell them that is an extended job interview for them. And if they will take advantage of it, what this model will do is pave a way for them to take a position within that hospital or hospital system. Now, some of the other things that are a possibility within this cohort model is that the hospitals also offer the students the opportunity to work extra hours as a patient care tech. We also are looking at opportunities where when a student has chosen a specialty such as PEDS, OB, or critical care, neonatal ICU, that they can take a clinical elective that is made up of 45 additional hours in that specialty area. And then if they are committed to that specialty, they can precept with someone in that specialty for their final course, the transitions course. The continuity that this provides allows that student to exit from our program feeling so much more confident about their practice. They feel so much more confident in accepting that first job. And the hospitals tell us that the students are head and shoulders above the students who have had less experience in their hospital and who have not participated in the cohort model. In my previous experience, we had done this at the Dallas VA. And we found that the students seamlessly moved from first semester, second semester, third, and fourth into employment opportunities, and then they became better prepared to become residents post-graduation. So it is our hope that with this very purposeful and practical clinical placement model that our students will feel more confident and competent and will perform better as new graduates. I have to tell you that the most important part of the cohort model is the partnership that we have with our employers, namely our chief nursing officers and their senior directors. We are now able to have direct contact with these very important leaders in the hospitals. They make it possible to have the cohort model succeed. So thank you for listening, and I hope that you enjoyed the presentation.
The second one played through a little bit better without stuttering, hopefully, on your end. On the YouTube channel, it played through better. Not sure if you can hear me because of the sound. Okay.
President Ship, would you like to ask for questions?
President Ship, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I actually think that Daryl in the office needs to turn on to unmute the sound system. It looks like it may have just unmuted.
Did you not hear me? Okay, sorry. All right. Yes, we have the panel here for questions, and I just want to thank you in advance for meeting the needs of those students. I'm faculty as well, and March was interesting in 2020, and we were glad to have spring break to give us a little bit of time when we were working as hard as we could to adapt. And when the students were worried about graduating and all. So these are great examples for us. So board members, do you have any questions of our panel?
President Ship, would you ask each one of them to introduce themselves? Because I know Dr. Breslin is also present.
Yes, yes. Stephanie Woods, could you introduce yourself?
I'm not seeing Dr. Woods in the meeting.
Okay.
Hi, this is Catherine Tart from the University of Houston. Dr. Woods is texting me, and she says that she is not. She did not get it. How do you get admitted to the meeting? I'm not on the screen.
Okay.
I don't know where. I don't know what that means, but she's not there. I'm Catherine Tart, Dean for the College of Nursing at U of
She's
H.
not in the waiting room. She needs to connect to the WebEx meeting.
Thank you. Thank you
I'll
for
let her
helping with
know.
that, Dr. Tard. We appreciate it. Dr. Breslin?
I'm Eileen Breslin, and I have the privilege of serving as Dean at UT Health San Antonio. And my colleague, who you saw in the video, is Dr. Cynthia O'Neill. And we're delighted to be here with the board, and we're very proud of our academic practice partnership that started with with a phone call from, I want to say, I'm just drawing a blank, but anyhow, from the chief nurse, Susan Griffith at Methodist. And that started us on a journey, and we've been delighted about the journey a long time. So it's been very beneficial for our students. So happy to answer any questions.
I think Dr. Woods is trying to be admitted. But board members, do any of you have any questions? Comments?
This is Tamara. This is Tamara Rhodes, and I have a couple of questions. Can y'all hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, thank you guys so much for pioneering in this area. It's such an exciting adventure, and you've kind of led the way for us and very needed process. So we really appreciate you guys going out on a limb and trying this initially for us. A couple of thoughts that I was just wondering about. Are there any changes that you guys would consider if doing this process again? Those of you that are not continuing it, and then those that are continuing it, what changes have you made to make this program better? And then also, I would like to know what types of duties the students were assigned while doing this process. Thank you.
I can respond from the University of Houston to your two questions. Some of the things that we've learned is that in the midst of this pandemic, and that's where we found ourselves, I think the thing that we have to learn the most from education is we need to reach out to our affiliates and say, how can we help you? Because they really needed the help. That was, I think, the one thing that we learned. And even through my advisory board meetings, we continue to ask that question, how can we help you? Because there is a way for us to help. The policy brief really did open up some ideas for us to allow the students to earn money. They were able to meet their clinical objectives amidst a pandemic, and we did it through a volunteer mechanism, because I don't know if I said that quite in my video. So that was another thing. So I don't know if that would be a question that we would need to answer. Is this going to be something that we volunteer to, or we make that mandatory? Right now, clinical is, where we place the students. And then I think what we've really learned from the students, some of the hospitals saw our students performing in different ways. So some of the students were a little bit frustrated because they were doing like PCA work and they wanted to do more. And the hospitals, because of some of the regulations that we have with our Nursing Practice Act, they did not allow them to do that. Also, remember, some of these nurses were taking care of maybe 8 to 15 patients, and they just needed help during this pandemic. So we really had to pay attention so that the students were not practicing outside of what they were allowed to do. But we need to have some more guidance, I think, in the future for what nurses can do during that, student nurses can do during that time and in that kind of a role. It seemed like every hospital we worked with, six different groups, they all had different kind of names for these positions. So that was something I think that was a little bit confusing. And that's why we increased the hours for the students, so that we were sure that they were able to really learn the things that they were not able to learn when they had one of us as a faculty with them at most of the time. And then the other piece is the hospitals at that time did not want to introduce other people into the hospitals. And so those adjuncts we hired were through the hospitals because they were already their own employees. So that's another reason we increased the number of adjuncts we had. And our facilities now are saying they only want about 6 to 8 students. 6 would be more preferable. So that already increases the number of adjuncts that we are now having as we move forward. So it's going to get more expensive for us in hiring. So I hope that helped answer both of those questions based on our
Yes,
experience and our story. Thank you.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
This is
I,
Kathy Leaderhorn. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, no, I was going to say from our perspective, I think that we've learned many lessons. First of which is that it has to be an intentional, relational approach that values true partnership. And I think that over the course of time, we have really come to deeply appreciate the give and take. And open communication has been absolutely essential. And I think that Dr. O'Neill can give you some of the specific modifications. I think that having a cultural shared identity, and we did model this program over the work that was done at UT El Paso. And we took the lessons, and one of the big lessons that they had warned us about was the conversations about the uniform, because the students, as identified as interns, wear this uniform, so they're clearly they're clearly identified, and we didn't have that issue. So I think, Dr. O'Neill, you want to give some of the modifications we've made over time?
Sure, thank you. And our interns wear a uniform that has the combined logo of Methodist Health System as well as the university, because they're operating as students and they complete the internship as part of the leadership and management clinical. And then we have a capstone clinical course where they do 120 clinical hours with a preceptor that's called clinical immersion. And then if they're in the internship, with that same preceptor, they do additional clinical hours in the student role. And because they're getting ready to graduate, they can do anything that they've been taught to do as a student that's within the student role, and that can be overseen by a preceptor. So they're taking care of, just like in the capstone course, they're taking care of a total patient load and working closely with that preceptor and doing all of the various skills that they're allowed to do as a student. There are some skills that they're not allowed to do as a student and they're not allowed to do as an intern. So administration of blood, things with central lines, different kinds of skills that they're not allowed to do under any circumstances. But otherwise, it's the same guidance as they have for that clinical immersion course, because they are in the student role and continuing to work with that same preceptor for the additional hours. It's a real strength in the program that they have the same preceptor and they're on the same unit also for the leadership and management clinical that they do in the same semester. Things that we've changed over the semesters as we've grown. We've been very intentional about how many times we're meeting with the interns as a group and about that open communication with Methodist healthcare system. We've changed the interview process a little bit as we've grown. We used to do a combined interview process in a much smaller group, and now it's kind of like a speed dating kind of experience for the students, and they interview with different nurse managers and different units, and the faculty member is there in the interview process and guiding the interview process as well. So I think that involvement of both entities in a joint fashion is really, really pivotal. It's not the case where the hospital has developed the internship and the school just hands off everything to the hospital. Everything we do is joint and problem solving is joint. There has been circumstances where a student was on a particular unit that was not a good fit. It's only happened a few times, but it does happen on occasion. And we've worked together as partners to determine where the student should go in terms of a different unit. And we have one student that really had a difficult time with the initial fit, and then ended up, the student was in an ICU unit, ended up on an orthopedic unit, and is still working on that orthopedic unit today. So it really does come down to culture and fit. And that's the thing that we've been most intentional about, and that I think is really important. We also make sure that the students can academically complete the extra hours and are positioned for success, given the extra demands.
Thank you.
I believe that Dr. Woods is on now. If you would like to make a statement for us.
I just wanted to say that you're probably hearing some similarities in the things that we're all trying. The key word is we're trying. Anything that is going to change practice has to first be tried. And that involves us partnering with our clinical affiliates. And when we work together, there is nothing that we cannot achieve. I was so excited to hear about the projects today, and in particular the one in San Antonio, because we had started that approach with HCA in Dallas. And so when you give students an opportunity to try on specialties first to make sure that they are indeed a fit, then you have a better chance of when they take that first job, it is the right thing. We don't lose them because they get there and they think, well, this was not what I signed up for. But the second thing is that with all of our approaches today, you're going to see that it is about trying to put your finger on the greatest need and then partner to fix it. And as long as deans will walk into a chief nursing officer's office and start out with the question, how can we help? How can we partner? Everything changes. I would say the one caveat to that for me was the surge staffing, trying to respond to surge staffing during COVID. We had great difficulty convincing our regional advisory committee for emergency management that deans had a role to play. They were just a little too mired in the old way of nursing school. All these models that we're talking about today, where we had already placed a cohort of students in your facility and that student was already ready to be there to help, we could have translated so much more quickly to helping with surge staffing if the RAC had not been mired in old ideas. So there's still battles to be fought. It's still about being able to say, don't box us out of the situation and the solution. Bring us in so we can be part of the solution. And so thank you so much for allowing us to talk to you today.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, board members, or thoughts?
This is Kathy Lederhorn, Dr. Ship. I absolutely. I mean, it is awesome what you guys did. I was interested in how many are going to continue with this model. As someone that represents practice, the stipend issue, the paying them for that, that causes concern. I know Medicare, um, that affects reimbursement if students are doing procedures that the facility is then in turn billing for. So I do wonder about that. I understand that that's not your purview. And I was interested to hear that when you assigned the nurses to a facility, I thought that they were assigned to a unit, and I felt that that might cause some students to say, well, this is where I am for the rest of my life. I like it. I'm going to stay. Whereas when you are hired into a system, you do have the residency and you do pick out what works for you. So I'm interested to see if, because of the pandemic, and obviously that's going to be a part of our vernacular for the rest of our life. During the pandemic, we did this. Will it continue in the same model? And I know, Dr. Tart, you had said that the U of H is not going to continue with that model. And I appreciate your honesty to actually say a negative. One of your students said, no, it wasn't for me, and I don't appreciate it. And I appreciate, honestly, to hear a negative, because typically all you hear is the positive. So.
Yes, Ms. Horn, that's exactly why I wanted to share that, because it may not be for everybody. But there are things that we could do perhaps, to move that along further. At that time, just remember how stressed we all were, right? And so it was like, how do you keep your patient? How do you keep your patient? I'm a nurse always. How do you keep your students safe? How do you keep your faculty safe? How do you get them the experience that they need? How do you allow them to graduate on time because they are going to be hired immediately? And how do you make sure you have good outcomes for your students? So you really can see the conflict of interest with the payment model, right? But it was something that was offered to us by, and we understand why we don't do it, that was offered to us by the policy brief. So it was like, okay, how do we entice them, and how do we help them to graduate, and how do we help our partners? So I don't know if it's perfect. I know we can do it, but we have kind of an integrated model with our teaching already in our clinical areas. So it just didn't it's a mixed bag. That's all I can say.
Catherine, I appreciate your comments, because it's, we sometimes find that our educational agencies and our clinical affiliates are not at the same place. So with the cohort model, even though we had those students who were participating in clinicals in those organizations and were familiar and could have done their done PCT work and other things during the surge, what we saw was that the hospital wasn't quite ready to know how to do that. So sometimes you stand outside a burning building, you've got buckets of water, you've got people to help. You can't get access because you don't have the right whatever. And so I hope that we learn from this experience that educators are partners and they need to be brought in before the crisis, not perhaps during or after. So, and I would like to answer your question also about the cohort, Ms. Horn. The students are doing a traditional clinical just like you would have done in your program. The only difference is you don't have your clinical at Methodist 1 week, at Baptist the next week, even though we do like an ecumenical opportunity here. You're situated in a singular place so that you can not be so distracted by the things that don't matter, like where to park, what uniform to wear, what time to show up, and who to talk to. So we're finding that the students love that lack of distraction. The students can move if the cohort's not a good fit for them, they can move. But the other thing I want to remark to was a stipend you mentioned. In the HCA model, the stipend is really viewed as a scholarship. Now, in Dallas, when we did this, it paid for an elective in perioperative nursing because that's where we started the approach. We had a desperate shortage of perioperative nurses. So there was a perioperative elective that went along with those hours, the 200 plus hours that they got with a preceptor. So it's really not viewed as you're paying preceptors or you're paying students or you're working outside the scope, but rather you're enhancing the experience they have with a preceptor in a specialty area.
I think one of the things that's critical is that we started ours before the pandemic, and it was in response to Susan Griffith picking up the phone and saying, Eileen, please come to a meeting. I have an idea, and I think maybe we could do it. And so I went to the meeting and I listened to all the needs, and I said, I've heard enough. We can do this. And so I think it was probably the first week of Dr. O'Neill's employment. And I said, Dr. O'Neill, you're going to get on an airplane, you're going to go to El Paso, and you're going to learn about this model. And then, with Jamie as well, and the two of them bonded. And then they came back and said, okay, we need to personalize and customize this to make it work for our culture. And so, we didn't miss a beat during the pandemic. And I think that we just continued to sort of role model that we really believe in co-curricular activities. We really believe that our students, as we, I think, change nursing education, that, the old models don't work. Our care is so complex. Having 10 students on a unit doesn't work anymore. So how do we ensure that the preceptors are trained and understand how to teach? And that's inherent within this model, that we're placing students with people who understand how to teach. We have implemented, along with this internship the dedicated education unit, which really has provided a pathway. The retention rate is really high for the nurses, as you can see. So I think that it really is, the conversation is we really need, as we're moving forward, to really be thinking about how do we prepare our nursing students for the realities of the workforce, and how do we retain them? Because nursing education is producing nurses, but we have to be producing nurses who are going to be resilient, who stay, and that are relevant. And so I think that what we have learned with this model, it is this hand in glove partnership, weekly communication, having meals together, talking and laughing together. Because you're going to have some issues, but if you've had this relationship built, it's much easier to pick up the phone because we know each other, respect each other. And so that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you very much. Board members, do you have any other questions or statements? So this is an information-only item. It wasn't a voting item. It was a sharing of innovation and opportunities and pros and cons. And we thank you all for being here today. We thank our board staff for working on this. We think National Council, when they came out with this policy brief, at the beginning, when the struggles were very real. And I just want to apologize because we thought this was a 15-minute topic, and we've been almost an hour. So thank you again, and we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Jan, for your help.
Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Are we ready? Okay, board members will now consider agenda item 5.3.1A, report on National Council State Board of Nursing Annual Meeting held virtually August 18th to 19th, 2021. And there was a report in there from Ms. Thomas. Did you want to speak to that?
Board members, this meeting was conducted virtually for the annual NCSBN meeting and delegate assembly. The two most significant things that were voted on at this meeting and approved were the Model Act and Rules revisions that have been underway for, I want to say 3 years now. Those were approved. And then the Next Generation NCLEX proposed two changes. One is not really changes, two decisions to be made. One is the test design, and the other was the Polydamas scoring method, so that the partial scoring would be permitted for the exam. Those were both approved by the delegate assembly at this meeting, allowing Next Generation NCLEX to move forward as planned and probably launch in 2023. Elections were held and new officers were elected, and you see them in your report. And at this meeting, President Shipp and I were the delegates, and Laura Disk and Kristen Benton were the alternates for the meeting. We look forward to the day when the assembly will return in person. I think everybody is in agreement about that, and hopefully that's going to be next year. Kathy, did you want to add anything? So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, I guess I didn't, you couldn't hear me. I was talking. I said that Laura was the alternate and she was in on the meeting as well in case she needed to step in for me. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Laura, or any thoughts?
No, that was my second meeting and it was amazing. Although it was virtual, I just really enjoyed that meeting. I think they did such a great job. And I was so happy to be able to participate.
I agree, and it's great when you can be there in person, but still just seeing how the organization functions and the speakers that they have is really great, and I hope all board members will have a chance to attend a meeting. And then our Dr. Hooper, being on the Leadership Succession Committee, she represented us great, and she had a great campaign speech about Doctor Who and Dr. Seuss, and it was just great, and we're really proud for her to be serving, and Mark Mike is on the board of directors as well. So thank you for that. We're going to try to cover a few items, and then we're going to try to break for lunch at about 12:45, and we have to be back about, 12:15. 12:15, and we have to be back at 5 till 1 to be able to do our open forum at noon. But we do have to leave the building here, and so we're going to need a little bit longer for lunch. So at this time on the agenda, we'll go to 5.3.2, Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee. Yes, and I'm acknowledging that Tamara Rhodes is back in the room.
Sorry.
Board members, you don't have a written report for 5.3.2, so I'm just going to give you a verbal report. We just met on Wednesday, October 13th for the last meeting of this group. This was a regular meeting. At this meeting, the biennial report to the statewide health Coordinating Council was approved, and the operations plan for the Center for Nursing Workforce Studies was also approved. there were, Pam Lauer, who's the program administrator for the center, provided us some updates, and mainly she just covered what's going on and what we can expect to happen. And that is that NEPIS is currently, that data is currently being collected from the schools of nursing, and it should be ready the second week of December or so. And then at the meeting in March that the task force or the advisory committee will hold, the decisions will be made about those reports, and they'll be subsequently published. There are also task forces that are being developed, and there's solicitation for participants at this time. We went through organizational updates as we always do, and that was in essence the content of the meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Madam President, this is
Yes.
Kristen. I just wanted to share that the Workplace Violence Against Nurses Prevention Program that manages the Workforce Center manages the grants for this program. And the request for applications was released on August 30th, and it closes on November 29th. And that's located through the HHSC website. And those grants are applicants from hospitals, freestanding emergency medical care facilities, nursing facilities, and home health agencies are eligible to apply.
When did you say it closes?
November 29th.
November
29th, yes.
29? Thank you for that.
I just want to ask that everybody on the WebEx, please try to be close to your microphone when you speak. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to hear everything you're saying, but thank you all.
And I wanted to say that on 5.2, advisory committees, task force, there are no reports. Okay, board members, at this time, we're going to consider some rule adoptions as a group, and Ms. Abel is coming on. So I'm going to read what those are. This is 6.3, consideration of adoption of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.33 relating to factors considered for imposition of penalties and sanctions, including the Texas Board of Nursing disciplinary matrix and written comments received, if any. The next one will be 6.4, consideration of adoption of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 214.4 relating to approval, including written comments received, as, if any. 6.5, consideration of adoption and proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.24 relating to definitions, including written comments received, if any. 6.6, consideration of adoption of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.4 relating to approval, including written comments received, if any. And 6.7, consideration of adoption of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.28 relating to licensure of individuals with criminal history, including the Texas Board of Nursing disciplinary guidelines for criminal conduct and written comments received, if any. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, board members. For agenda items 6.3 through 6.7, the board approved the proposal of all of these rules at its July meeting, and they were all published in the Texas Register for a public comment period of 30 days. No comments were received, and no request for a public hearing were received for any of these rules. So these rules, all of them, will be adopted without any changes from the proposed version. And these would normally have been on consent, except you'll notice sometimes, depending on when rules are published in the Texas Register, we might not have enough time for the comment period to end before we send out your board materials. But I'm happy to answer any questions about these if you have any.
Any questions? So these are all reports that you're giving us. And you, like you said, we have already covered those and adopted them. So thank you for that. So at this time, we'll do 6.8, consideration of adoption of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.24E relating to telemedicine medical service prescriptions, including written comments received, if any. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, as you'll recall, the board has adopted amendments to Board Rule 217.24E on an emergency basis and consistently since March of 2020 when the COVID pandemic first began. At its last emergency meeting, the board adopted amendments to this section on an emergency basis to be effective for a longer period of time, which was 120 days with an option to renew for an additional 60-day period. This was to allow the simultaneous proposal of the same amendments to this section on a permanent basis. And that proposal, which was also approved by the board at that same emergency meeting, was published in the Texas Register on August 13th of 2021. And the board received 2 joint comments on that proposal. The first joint comment was received from the Texas Medical Association and the Texas Pain Society. And a copy of that comment is included in attachment A in your board packets. The second joint comment was received from Texas nurse practitioners and the Texas Association of Nurse Anesthetists. A copy of that comment is also included in attachment A in your board packets. A summary of each of the comments is also included in attachment B in your packets. And I'm going to highlight some of the comments and the responses that staff recommends, which can also be found in attachment B in your packet. First, the Texas Medical Association and the Texas Pain Society were concerned that the proposed language could be interpreted to impermissibly allow independent prescribing practices for APRNs. The commenters also asked about clarifying language for some of the rule text in a portion that they found to be confusing and unnecessary. The commenters also stated that requiring an identical prescription to be issued is too narrow and does not take into account the flexibility that's needed to treat chronic pain. The commenters also stated that it's important not to stigmatize patients that are being treated for chronic pain by referring to them as chronic pain patients. And finally, the commenters requested that the provisions that were included in paragraphs B and C be completely eliminated. From their view, that would interfere with the delegated authority of the physician. So in response to these comments, staff contends that the proposed rule text does not contain any language that alters the existing applicable statutory requirements related to delegated authority, nor does the rule purport to grant APRNs independent prescribing authority that would contradict the existing statutory framework. So in that regard, staff is not recommending that you make any changes to the rule of the text. Staff does recommend making some changes to clarify the rule that was pointed out by the commenters, and also to remove any stigmatizing language from the rule. And those recommended changes are included in attachment C in your packets, and they are highlighted so that you can see them easily. Now, while staff agrees that one of the goals in pain management is to reduce a patient's treatment dosage when changes to the rule as suggested by the commenters in this regard. This proposed rule is intended to provide continuity of care for patients with chronic pain during the ongoing pandemic. And when traveling to a provider's office to obtain a refill of pain medication might be overly burdensome, difficult, or dangerous. As such, the proposed rule allows for the issuance of identical prescriptions. But the proposed rule is not intended to address a patient's change of condition where a prior issued prescription would require modification. If a patient is requesting a reduction in a prescribed medication, for example, the APRN should evaluate the reason for the requested change, such as improved functionality, to determine if a change in the overall plan of care might be necessary. And this rule is not intended to replace regular patient assessments, and so staff is not recommending making the changes in this regard. Finally, while an APRN does practice under the delegated authority of a physician, each APRN has to ensure that his or her practice complies with the minimum standards of nursing, especially those that are set forth in Board Rule 228.1, which specifically relates to the treatment of pain. And as such, staff is not recommending removing paragraphs B and C from the text of the rule at this time. Now, the comments that we received from the Texas Nurse Practitioners and the Texas Association of Nurse Anesthetists focus more on the requirements that relate to documenting the reasons for the telemedicine visit in lieu of an in-person visit. And also they had concerns regarding the language about considering certain factors. And the language is, at a minimum, the date of the patient's last in-person visit, the patient comorbidities, and occupational related COVID risks. And in response to that, staff is not recommending that you make any changes to the rule text in response to these comments. Again, an APRN is subject to the requirements that's related to the treatment of pain that's currently set forth in Board Rule 228.1. And an APRN should consider the reasons why a patient being treated for chronic pain may not be appropriate for a telemedicine medical visit in a specific instance. And while staff agrees that the treatment of chronic pain is a highly individualized process, and while it might in general be more convenient for many patients and providers to have telemedicine medical service visits, some patients may have individual risk factors or comorbidities that are more appropriate for an in-person assessment. And while the rule provides the option for telemedicine prescribing, each APRN should ensure that prescribing is appropriate in that manner for each individual patient each time that patient is being seen. And requiring the APRN to assess whether a telemedicine visit is appropriate for each patient ensures compliance with the existing requirements of Board Rule 228.1. And then finally, there was a comment made that the commenters wanted the rules to have a unified approach in providing treatment for chronic pain through telemedicine medical services. And specifically, the commenters were referring to the rules that were adopted by the Texas Medical Board. And staff would just note that a version of these rules have been in effect on an emergency basis since last March of 2020. And the specific text that is being proposed here has actually already been in effect since May 14th of 2021, and that's been under an emergency basis. The language has been approved regularly by the governor's office and is consistent with the rules that have been and are being adopted by the Texas Medical Board. And then finally, just to make clear, while this proposed rule could become permanent in the sense that it's not being adopted as an emergency rule, this rule is intended to serve a purpose during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it will need to be reviewed again as the landscape of the pandemic changes and ultimately ends. So the recommended changes that staff has for you is in attachment C, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me about that.
Any questions, board members? Thank you, Ms. Abel, of being an APRN, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate your thoroughness in looking at the comments, and especially tying in and looking at what we have in 228, Rule 228. So thank you. Any questions, statements? Okay, do I have a board member that can get me a motion on agenda item 6.8?
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I move to adopt the amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.24E relating to telemedicine medical service prescriptions with changes as set forth in attachment C. Further, authorize staff to publish the summary of comments and response to the comments attached hereto as attachment B.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Melissa Scott, and I second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second, and now we will take a vote. And we are going to vote orally and in board docs. So while board docs is coming up, board members, we'll call your name. Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Thank you. Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Thank you. Dr. Edwards.
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins.
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison.
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes.
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
And Kathy Ship, 4. And the motion passes. Do you have that on board docs? Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 6.9, consideration of proposal and adoption of rule review of 22 Texas Administrative Code 228.1 relating to standards of practice, including written comments received, consideration of recommendations for related rule amendments to 228.1 made by the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee, and consideration of proposed amendments to 228.1. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, Board Rule 228.1 was reviewed in April of 2018 as part of the board's regular rule review that's required by the Texas Government Code Section 2001.039. And the rule review was published in the Texas Register in April of 2018, and the board received a comment from the APRN Alliance. The board considered those comments at its 2018 meeting and charged the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee with reviewing the comments and making recommendations regarding amendments to Board Rule 228.1. So the committee convened on December 10th of 2018 to consider the Alliance's comments. And there's a more thorough summary of the committee's discussions regarding those comments that are included in your packet. I'm just going to highlight a few things from the report that you already have. The first request from the commenter, and this is the APRN Alliance when I refer to commenter, was that the rule should be clarified to determine whether or not it applies to chronic pain, acute pain, or both, and with an eye towards possibly limiting the rule to only apply to chronic pain. The rule applies to the provision of pain management services and that does include the treatment of both acute pain and also chronic pain. And so the committee spent a really long amount of time discussing this issue. They discussed the original reasons why the rule was adopted. And just to refresh everyone's recollection, this rule was adopted during the very beginning of the pill mill crisis in Texas, and when the board was seeing the very beginning of all of its pill mill cases that were coming through. And so after discussing the reasons why the rule was adopted, the committee decided not to recommend any changes to the rule with regarding to whether it applied to chronic versus acute pain. And the committee did point out that the rule already includes language that allows for flexibility for providers, so that if certain requirements that are in the rule don't necessarily lend themselves as well for certain patients who might be treated for various pain conditions, the committee felt that the rule's flexibility was sufficient in those situations. And another concern that the committee had was if for some reason the rule was made to only apply to chronic pain, there might be some reason for people to start diagnosing in a different way to avoid the requirements of the rule. And the purpose of the rule is to ensure that the patients are being treated appropriately within standards of care. So the committee, although it did go back and forth for a long time, and they actually asked the board staff to relay that it was a very uh, difficult discussion, and they put a lot of effort into it, and they wanted you to know that this was something that they felt was appropriate the way that it was currently written. So I just wanted to make sure that I conveyed that to you. The second comment from the APRN Alliance was to remove subsection I1 and I2 from the rule completely, as it would apply to APRNs. And subsection I of the rule only applies to pain management clinics. And pain management clinics are specifically defined in Chapter 168 of the Occupations Code. And that chapter requires the owner or operator of a pain management clinic to be on site at least 33% of the clinic's total number of operating hours, and also to review at least 33% of the total number of patient files. And that would include also patient files of a clinic employee or contractor to whom authority for patient care was delegated by the clinic. Now, the original enactment of this rule made these requirements also apply to APRNs. And the owner or operator of a pain management clinic, as defined by the statute, does not include an APRN. And again, just to remind you that the rule was enacted during the height of the operation of pill mills, when many cases that the board was seeing actually involved situations where there was no delegation agreements, there was no collaboration being done, and there was never any physician presence on site with the APRN that was prescribing medications to patients for pain. So the committee considered that again and decided that since the enactment of the rule, that there has been a significant reduction in pill mill activity as being seen by the board due to increased enforcement efforts, regulation of Schedule II medications, and increased awareness at both the state and federal levels of pill mill activity. So based on that, the committee determined that the rules requirements no longer serve the purpose for which they were originally enacted and might be unnecessarily duplicative because APRNs are still, APRNs who prescribe are still required by the Occupations Code Chapter 157 to meet prescriptive authority agreement and chart review requirements with their delegating physicians. So there is already a separate requirement in law that requires APRNs and physicians to collaborate. So after considering that, the committee felt like the requirements in subsection I1 and 2 would be unnecessarily redundant, and they recommended removing those from the rule. They also recommended to the board that the board put an FAQ on its website to ensure that APRNs that do work at pain management clinics are aware of the requirements of Chapter 168 of the Occupations Code. And then lastly, the APRN Alliance recommended reversing the order of subsections I4 and I5 because they found it to be confusing the way that it was written. And they also and the APRN Advisory Committee agreed with that recommendation and also recommended rewording a portion of I-4 for additional clarity. Now, since the meeting from the committee was in 2018, Chapter 168 has actually been amended, and so the prior exemption from which subsection I-4 was derived no longer exists in statute. So staff is recommending that I-4 be removed from the rule because it no longer complies with the statute that was subsequently amended. And also staff is recommending some slight editorial changes to subsection I-5, and that's for consistency with the current statute. So staff's recommended changes are included in attachment A for you to review. And if the board decides to approve these proposed amendments, the next step is for them to be published in the Texas Register, and there will be an additional comment period before they can be adopted. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you might have about that.
Any questions, board members? Thank you, Ms. Abel. That was lengthy, but shows how we need to move forward with the changes in practice. So do I have a motion, board members, on 6.9?
This is Ken Johnson. I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 228.1 relating to the standards of practice as set out in attachment A, with authority for the general counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 228.1 relating to the standards of practice as proposed. Further, direct staff to prepare a FAQ as recommended by the APNAC.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This
This
is
is Rick
Carol Hawkins.
Williams,
I'll
a second.
Carol Hawkins. Thank you. I appreciate you guys jumping in and doing that for us. Okay, so if there are any questions or discussion, then board members, let's have a vote, and we will do it in board docs and orally. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
was that, I'm sorry, I didn't hear, 4?
Daryl Chambers, 4, yes.
4, okay. And Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and Kathy Ship. I vote for. So the motion passes. Thank you so much, Ms. Abel, for your hard work on all of this for us. And thank you, board members. And it's 12:15, and we will adjourn for lunch and be back ready for our open forum at 1 so that we can start just a few minutes before 1. Thank you.
You want us to leave on the video?
I'm now calling the meeting back to session, and the time is 1 p.m. And we're going to go into open forum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, it's my pleasure to welcome you to our open forum. We want the forum to be as informal as possible. This is an opportunity for you to voice any concerns you may have about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and/or nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We also welcome your ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information you share with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination, and licensing of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process in the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending case. We invite you to step forward, identify yourself, and present information that you wish to share with the board. So at this time, there is no one who has requested to appear, and no one from the audience is requesting to speak. So it is now 1:02, and we are leaving open forum. Next on the agenda for consideration is agenda item 7.1.1, Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quarterly Report for the fourth quarter. Dawn Webb will be presenting. Dawn?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see everyone. So this is the fourth quarter of the last fiscal year. Basically, I can go over our data a little bit. And if anybody has any questions regarding anything else in the report, I can answer questions. One thing that I would love to report is that our referrals went up significantly. Last quarter, we spoke about that. And we went from 148 to 173. So significant, which is really exciting. And another thing with the referrals and talking about doing outreach, this prompted us to work with the Board of Nursing on providing C&E for our outreach presentations, and that is something that we have taken care of. It's been approved, and our first C&E presentation will be on November 12th. So it's really cool that it was, this prompted us to work together even more. And over the past couple of years, I think that one of the things I'm the most proud of is the relationship that TPAPN has built with the Board of Nursing. So I just wanted to mention that. So yeah, the Board of Nursing's third-party referrals went up by 22, and board orders went up by 4, and then TPAPN's referrals stayed about the same. But we're hoping outreach will help increase the third-party referrals to TPAPN. Our numbers our total participation numbers are down a little bit, which is expected since our referrals were down, but now that our referrals are up, hopefully we'll see an incline in the participation numbers. Again, we're going to start providing C&Es for outreach. We're going to start providing C&Es for our volunteer peer support partners. We are working on getting more volunteer peer support partners. That number has decreased over the past couple years. But I've mentioned this before. What we did was clean up the list that we had. We had volunteer peer support partners that had been on our list for a very long time that were no longer volunteering or participating or taking on participants. So we continue to make sure that that peer support program is more about quality versus just having a bunch of numbers. And within our peer support workshops, we're doing them quarterly now instead of twice a year. And we are again going to start providing some C&E for motivational interviewing as part of it, and then an overview, the substance abuse and mental health and nursing overview. And we do keep a close eye on our positive drug tests that come back, our urine drug, or any of our drug screenings that come back positive. I've noticed a trend over the past couple years from first quarter to fourth quarter. It seemed, well, it's actually a trend really. First quarter, it increases each quarter. And then the first quarter again, it went back down and then increased each quarter. So kind of curious what that's about. I think summer has a little bit to do with it too, people going on vacation, things like that. And many of these are positive urine drug screens for alcohol, which would be considered more of a slip versus, you know, someone in a full-blown relapse. But that is something that I'm going to keep a closer eye on and probably start running trends on just to make sure that we're staying on top of that. So one good thing is I've been in this position a couple years now. Now I'm kind of in a place where I have a much better understanding of what we need to really be looking for. So we're going to really start looking at some trends. Did y'all have any questions regarding the data? Nope. Okay. We do, we give updates on any projects. Obviously, we were awarded the RFP, so we're happy to be working with the Board of Nursing again for at least 2 more years. Spoke about the CNEs. We are going to work on providing a wellness series to Texas nurses, and that would be another CNE approved training. And then, we've done well with just communicating again with the Board of Nursing, communicating with April, turning in our quarterly reports, getting feedback, those kinds of things. So we're happy with that. There was an audit, and I think that went pretty well. And I think as TPAP and the Board of Nursing work closely, and the Board of Nursing continues to get data from us and just collecting all of that information, all of our audits are going to look good in the future. That's my plan. And we continue to mail out the self-care wallet cards. We continue to do the lunch and learn every quarter. We have info sessions monthly. So all of our regular meetings, nothing's changed there. I did go to the NCAD conference, which was pretty amazing, and I was able to bring some tools back to help with our education and outreach. Continue to work on our team building, and our team is really solid. We are still short-staffed. It's been hard recruiting nurse case managers, but the current team we have is a very solid, productive team, and they've really stepped up in our time of need, and we're looking at ways to recruit. So we are on top of that. And we did hire a new case manager in mid-July, and she's doing great. We're really excited about that. We also participated in the NAMI Walk, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, had great participation there, raised funds. It's a really good activity. We do involve the peer support partners. So it's an activity where we can all gather together and really work to stomp out stigma, mental health stigma. And that's something that we do every year. Other than that, things are just kind of cruising along. Any questions?
Any questions, board members? Or statements? Ms. Thomas?
Dawn, we really appreciate how you have furnished information we've requested and been very responsive to everything the board has wanted you to do in terms of your reports and your data and so on. That's been tremendously helpful. I'm wondering if over the last 2 years almost, if you have looked at COVID, the effect it's had on participation or the effect it's had on, I know we briefly talked about this before, but if you could talk to the board about what you know so far and how you
Right.
want to continue to monitor this.
Right. So that's a good segue. April and I met last week and we looked at the data from this annual report and last year. Actually have 3 annual reports because we did do one pretty quick when I started. So we were able to look at the data and just looking at the data does not surprise me that the past year that the numbers have gone down. One thing that we noticed, the number that went down, the participation number that went down the most was RNs. And then just kind of looking at the bigger picture, the number went up for APRNs, significantly down for RNs, and then LVNs has been somewhat stable. And what I'm seeing the most is, of course, the referral thing, but we have to look at, what's going on in the nursing profession right now. When you have, nurses that are really, really stressed out, working long hours, probably at this point have PTSD from COVID. I feel like nurses are really probably being more protected in the workplace and possibly mental health, substance use disorders not really being recognized as that because of the stressors of COVID. So, you can see things going on with an individual, but when they're working really long hours and they're working, with COVID patients and they've been faced with, the number of deaths that they've been faced with over the past year, there's going to be a lot of things going on with them that look different. But does that mean it's a mental health disorder, substance use disorder? Is it a referable condition? So we may not be receiving referrals on people that really do need us because of COVID, because of, the PTSD from COVID, and basically just wanting to give nurses the opportunity to process and go through that, not knowing they have a true mental health condition or substance use disorder. Because there's a difference between, PTSD, the disorder, and then just post-traumatic stress. So, and we've, I did a nurse talks on post-traumatic stress to try to help differentiate between that. But we have to realize that with post-traumatic stress, we still need to address that. Just because someone doesn't have a disorder doesn't mean that we don't need to address the post-traumatic stress. So I think there's a lot to learn from COVID and how it's affected nurses. And I think that, hopefully as we get to the tail end of this, knock on wood, that, as things get better, nurses will be able to kind of breathe and realize, oh, I need help with this or help with that. And that those referrals and self-referrals will continue. Our self-referrals are looking really good. I mean, it's pretty amazing. When I started, our self-referrals were low. And we had 24 in the last quarter. I mean, we had like 5. I mean, it was, and the LVN referrals were like 1 or 2. So yeah, we've really seen a significant increase in the LVNs and the self-referrals. And we are providing the scholarships for the evaluation to help offset the cost. So we're doing that, and we're really looking at ways to, when nurses are enrolling in the program, to help them with any obstacles that they have, and whether financially as much as we possibly can. So just hopefully, as this next year unfolds, we'll see nurses really wanting to get healthy and recover from COVID, and we'll be able to start working with those nurses and receiving those referrals.
Thank you, Dawn.
You're welcome.
Dusty?
Dawn, I'm going to put you on the spot here a second. It just sort of dawned on me that, there used to be the sort of peer assistance program network nationwide sort of deal. And I know that I'm just wondering what is the status of sort of this sort of network of programs that try to help each other or at least try to find best practices and things like that during this COVID? Is it sort of been a dormant thing, or what do you hear out there?
Well, actually, I've been meeting with other leaders of alternative to discipline programs throughout the United States, and we have a quarterly meeting now. And we recently had one where we discuss, and basically we look at trends that we're all experiencing and ways, other programs are dealing with things. The really amazing thing about TPAPN is before I even started, the matrix really that's, I think, the significant difference that we have with other states is that we have the matrix to go by that really helps us with track placement and that guidance and best practices. So when it comes to best practices, Dusty, we're like really on top of it. And then also it being person-centered, where, you know, we do have the matrix, yet at the same time, we make sure that we look at individual situations. So then that's another best practice. Utilizing motivational interviewing, another best practice. So I feel like we're leading in that area. And utilizing best practices. As for peer support, we've actually had other programs attend our peer support partner workshop to kind of learn what we're doing. And our numbers when it comes to peer support are significantly higher than some states. I can't give you exact quotes, but if you want that, I can find that out and email it to you. So we're in a good place when it comes to best practices.
I'm sure you are.
You didn't put me on the spot.
No, I was, yeah,
You
I'm glad
tried.
I asked. I was just thinking that, you know, COVID has put a big damper on a lot of the energies that, you know, were, as far as networking is concerned. I think,
Yeah.
and I just sort of wondered what happened to those, because I really believe TPAPN can help other programs, honestly, with
yeah.
and so and I also know that you never know what kind of pearl is out there that other programs are doing that we need to be aware of and maybe move on if we see that that's something that that can help.
Right. Yeah. And this quarterly meeting's new. We just had our second one, and it's about 10 other states. So it's pretty cool. I'm excited about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments, board members?
President Ship,
Yes.
this is Mark. I just want to
Yes.
add to the conversation in that we monitor the numbers, and it's been mentioned a couple of times about the numbers that we're looking at that's set by the GAA, or Governmental Relations, and LBB. And so you look at the numbers. I just want to let you know that we've been working with TPAPN over the many years looking at trending information. And so we did adjust the LBB report, and that did come out that starting in September 1, the numbers will be lowered and they'll be separated between LVNs, RNs, and APRNs. So that's a new stat that we have been keeping, but it'll be a new measurement. It will change. It will be lowered. We're not lowering the standard. We're looking at the trending information and working with TPAPN. So just a point of information for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or statements? Thank you, Dawn. I think you've done really good work, and it's good to see this progress in what you're doing and the attention to that matrix as well. So thank you, and I'm glad that you're participating in that. Okay, that was an information report only. And so next on the agenda for consideration is agenda item 7.1.5, TNF and TPAPN Enhanced Contract and Performance Monitoring Report.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, board members. My name is April Lee Wanig. I'm an attorney for the board, and I'm also the contract manager for the TPAPN contract. This is the third year that the Texas Nurses Foundation Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses has submitted an annual report to the board. This is part of our enhanced contract and performance monitoring plan for this contract. And in accordance with our contract and performance monitoring report, TPAPN submits documentation showing that they are in compliance with the contract. The annual report that was provided to you all consists of the information that the program is required to submit on an annual basis. Starting in fiscal year 2020, the program gave us data on program success measures. The purpose of this board report is to share some observations and trends on those measures. So Dawn graciously shared some data on the quarterly statistics for fiscal year 2021. For the fourth quarter, I'll be sharing the annual report data, which the performance period was September 1st, 2020 until August 31st, 2021. So for the first performance measure that we're looking at, it's regarding participation agreements throughout the fiscal year. By nurse type, registered nurses always have the highest number of participation agreements signed in all 4 quarters. This is reflective of the fact that RNs have the highest, largest population of nurses. Compared to fiscal year 2020, there have been 62 less participation agreements signed in fiscal year 2021. So in 2020, 302 participation agreements were signed. In 2021, 240 participation agreements were signed. The next program success measure we are looking at are program completions, or excuse me, participant completions. Compared to fiscal year 2020, there have been 4 less completions in fiscal year 2021. So in 2020, there were 214 participant completions. In 2021, there were 210 participant completions. So what we're seeing is the number of participation agreements signed and the number of participant completions have decreased in fiscal year 2021 compared to fiscal year 2020. The next program success measure we're looking at is the average time for a nurse to sign a participation agreement after being referred by the board. This average time has decreased, meaning that nurses sign a participation agreement after being referred by the board in a shorter amount of time. In 2020, it took a nurse a month and a half to sign a participation agreement after being referred by the board. And in 2021, it took 1 month and 1 week. So that's a good thing. We want nurses to sign a participation agreement after being referred by the board in a shorter amount of time. The next program success measure we're looking at is the participant 3-year trend. We're comparing data in 2019, in 2020, and in 2021. And for APRNs, as Dawn mentioned, 2021 was actually the highest participation amongst APRNs in the past 3 years. For RNs, 2021 was generally the lowest participation amongst RNs. And for LVNs, 2020 was the highest participation amongst LVNs. The last program success measure we're looking at is recidivism rate compared to completion rate. We want recidivism rate to be lower than completion rate. That is, we want more nurses to complete the program than nurses who complete the program and then are referred to the program on a new referral, which is TPAPN's definition of recidivism. It's important to note that TPAPN defines recidivism differently in this program success measure than what the LBB defines as recidivism, whereas the LBB defines recidivism as the number of participants who get referred back to the board. TPAPN defines recidivism as the number of nurses who have completed the program and then are referred back to the program and then on a new referral and then enroll. And to summarize these measures, participation, number of participation agreements signed, and program completions have a steady decline or increase. We are seeing a decline in the number of participation agreements signed and the number of program completions. And we'll continue to see what happens in fiscal year 2022 and whether those measures continue to decline. This report is for informational purposes, but Dawn and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, board members, or statements? Okay, it sounds good. Thank you both for your work and your reports for us.
Thank you all. Thank you, April and Madam President. Thank you.
So at this time, we will move on to the agenda item 7.4, consideration of the fiscal year 2022 internal audit plan. Mr. Rufus, Mr. Gonzalez. Oh, Mr. Mayak. Oh, okay. Well, we're early. All right. How about that? Okay, let me, just a minute.
Gina, Madam Chair was asking about 7.3 and the comment that this completed our current rule review cycle is, do you want to say something about that?
Sure. So the government code has a provision, right, that requires all agencies to review rules every 4 years. And the board has adopted periodically a rule review schedule where it actually states, and you might have remembered seeing this in the past, where it states in what month and what year each rule is going to be reviewed by the board. And we used to file those with the Secretary of State's website, and they would post it on there so you could go on and see all the agencies' rule review plans. They don't post those anymore, but we do still file ours, so you could search and look for it. And so this last rule review that was in agenda item 7.3 will be the last one that we will do to complete the last rule review plan. So what happens is in the January board meeting, staff will bring you a new plan to review and hopefully approve. And then if you approve that, staff will follow that plan for the proposal of rule reviews. And we just kind of cycle through those periodically. If we get comments, then those come back to the board, and then the board can deliberate on what it wants to do with the comments, either decline to adopt them or sometimes choose to adopt them. And so then it becomes a new proposal, or sometimes send it to advisory committees, like in the last agenda item that we talked about. And then the advisory committees make recommendations, and then the board moves forward from there. So this is the last one in that current cycle. So in January, you should expect to see a new plan brought to you that staff would recommend and that y'all can adopt. And that will govern the next 4 years going forward.
And board members, let's see. The only thing I wanted to add is you will remember, I think, that the Office of the Governor, Antitrust Division, they're called the Compliance Division, I think. Gina can correct me. They have begun to look at rule reviews in terms of whether they believe there's anything potentially that might be anti-competitive. And that's lengthened the time it takes to get those rules reviewed and through the process. So having a plan that's staggered like ours is even more important, that you don't take all that at one time. It would be a phenomenal amount of work, because when the governor's reviewing these rules, they have a lot of questions for staff, and those go to our legal department and they have to answer them. So just keep in mind that other agencies that have done their rules all at one time once a year are now more inclined to go to a plan like we have, where you cycle through the rules periodically and you don't do everything at once because of that, the time and the work involved. Gina, did you want to say anything else about that?
I'll add something. You know, the whole point of the 4-year cycle is that make sure that rules don't become stale. They don't sit there and just hang out and nobody knows. You know, old rules can lead to very bizarre consequences. So the law forces an agency to sort of recycle the rules, or at least put out there that, hey, this is rule review. It's time for anybody that has a problem to comment. And of course, it has invited the, it's a perfect opportunity for the governor's office and their, with their job that they're trying to do to sort of review accordance with the agency's cycle. And every agency has to do it. Every agency with the rule has to do it. So it's anyway, we've completed one, and it's every 4 years. So we're going to start a new one.
Not much of a break.
Okay, Ms. Abel, I think that we will go to consideration of proposed amendments to 7.5. Consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 223.1 relating to fees. And I have your name and Mr. Mykes.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this agenda item is for the consideration of proposed amendments. And this is based on the enactment of the General Appropriations Act from the 87th regular legislative session. And during that time, the legislature passed a budget for the Board of Nursing for the 22 to 2023 biennium. And in that budget, the legislature is limiting the board appropriation to revenue collections. And as a result, board staff anticipates a revenue surplus for the biennium. And in order to align that with the approved budget, staff is recommending to reduce fees. And in attachment A, you can see the changes that staff is recommending, and that is to decrease the examination fee for both LVNs and also RNs from $75 to $50. And if you have any other specific questions about that, Mr. Myatt can answer those for you.
Any questions, board members? Mr. Myatt?
No further information.
I really like how we do this, and keep in mind as we grow in number of licensing fees by the number of APRNs, RNs, LVNs is down a little bit, but those others are, then that causes us to be able to have that steady flow. And I love how we're giving it back, reducing it, and especially here, the exam, you know, these aren't nurses yet, and to reduce the cost, even though it's a little bit, I think that helps. And so Mr. Mike is always on top of that, and we're some of the lowest fees in the country. So I'm glad that we are being good stewards. So thank you. So this is a board action. And if I could have a motion. If you could tell me your name if you're going to give a motion.
This is Melissa Scott.
Thank you.
Now I will do a motion. I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 223.1 relating to fees as set out in Attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 223.1 relating to fees as proposed.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Yes, this is Daryl Chambers, and I second.
Oh, thank you, Daryl. So I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you will please vote, and we're going to do an oral vote as well as a vote on board docs. Daryl Chambers?
Daryl Chambers, and I vote for.
Okay. Laura Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson?
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright?
Kim Wright, 4.
And I'm Kathy Ship, 4. And the motion passes. And you have it on board docs? It passed. Thank you. Next for consideration is agenda item 7.6, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.5H relating to temporary license and endorsement. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this is also another request from staff for you to consider and approve proposed amendments. This relates to House Bill 139, which was enacted also during the 87th regular legislative session. It became effective September 1 of 2020, and it requires all state agencies that issue licenses that have residency requirements for licensee eligibility to adopt rules regarding the documentation that's necessary for a military spouse applicant to establish residency. And so current Board Rule 217.5H, which is in Attachment A of your packets. Currently, if you look at that language, there is under paragraph B, it says submits proof of the military spouse's residency in Texas. And it doesn't specify specifically what that would, require the spouse to submit to establish that. So the board does not actually require a military spouse to establish residency in Texas in order to be issued a single state license. And so the proposed amendments would remove that language from the rule. It only requires them to submit a military identification card, and that will allow them to obtain single state licensure. Now, if they do want to have multi-state privileges associated with that license, they will need to file a primary state of residency document so that we can evaluate that. But staff was thinking that we could put that information on the board's website so they would be able to find that easily. But we did want to remove it from the rule so that there's no confusion about what they need to obtain single state licensure. And that is what the proposed amendments would achieve. And staff believes that that puts us in compliance with the requirements of House Bill 139. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And also Mr. Mayak is available too, since this is an operations function in case you have specific questions for him.
Thank you. Any questions, board members, or clarification needed? Ms. Thomas?
Board members, we have on our homepage to our website a military tab, so you can link to our military page. And that's where we'll add the clarifying information under the military spouse section so that it'll be readily available to any military spouse.
Thank you. So this is a voting item. And could I have a motion, please?
I move to approve proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code, Section 217.5H, relating to temporary licensure, temporary license and endorsement as set out in the Attachment A, with authority to the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify the rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code, Section 217.5H, relating to temporary license and endorsement as proposed.
Thank you, Ms. Jameson. Do I have a second?
Ken Johnson, I second.
Thank you, Ken. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, please vote and vote through board docs and then oral. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jameson,
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and Kathy Shep, 4. So the motion carries. Thank you, board members. Now for consideration is agenda item 7.7, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.10 relating to notice and service. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, as you'll recall, the new nurse portal was launched by the board on June 15th in 2020. And that's our paperless, confidential, and secure system that allows individuals to apply for nurse licensure by examination and endorsement, and also to renew licenses online. And the use of the portal has allowed staff to move towards a paperless workflow in the board's offices. And it also allows staff to communicate with applicants and licensees directly through the actual portal. And this online communication is often more efficient and reliable than the more traditional methods that the board has used in the past, such as certified, registered, or first-class mail. The proposed amendments that you see in attachment A in your packet is designed to allow staff to continue moving towards sending communications via the portal in certain situations where either state law or another law does not require it to be sent through another method. So sometimes we have state laws that require the board to send certain things certain ways. For example, a notice of hearing that has to be sent through certified mail. That's because that's what the state statute says specifically. And so throughout the Nursing Practice Act, the Administrative Procedures Act, the Compact Administrative Rules, there are times when notices are required to be sent via certain methods, and board staff will continue to follow those methods to be in compliance with state law. But where the law is silent and does not require notices to be sent, staff would like to move towards a more paperless workflow. And so the attachments that you'll see in attachment A would allow staff to do this. And so for any notice that's required by a rule that's been adopted by our compact administrators under the Nurse Licensure Compact, this rule would allow those notices to be sent electronically through the portal. And an example of that is anytime that we have to change a license from multi-state to single state, we are required to send notice of that to the licensee. And that would be something that we'd be allowed to do through the portal. It's a lot faster and more efficient than having to send that via mail. And then also the second part of that would be anything else that we send to licensees that's not required by state law. And that's going to be Nursing Practice Act primarily. That doesn't require us to send that through a first class certified or registered mail. Staff could also send those notices electronically to the licensees and applicants, just to allow for a faster and more reliable method of transmission, and hopefully to have a better response rate from our applicants and our licensees. And if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to try to answer those.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, members? Okay, this is a voting item. So if I could please have a motion on item 7.7.
This is Kathy Leader-Horn. I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 2113.10 relating to notice and service as set out in Attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.10 relating to notice and service as proposed.
Thank you. And could I have a second?
This
This
is
is
Maisie
Carol.
Jamison, I second.
Okay. Ms. Davison, thank you. Okay, having a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, we'll take a vote. And if you'd please vote in board docs and orally. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and Kathy Ship, myself, 4, and the motion passes. Thank you. Okay. It's 1:45, and if Ms. Abel will hold on, we'll do your others after this. And we're going to go to 7.4, consideration of the fiscal year 2022 internal audit. Mr. Rufus, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Mayak.
President Chip and board members, we're presenting agenda item 7.4 in compliance with the Texas Internal Audit Act, which means any state agency that receives over $10 million in revenue and has over 100 employees must comply. We present this every 2 years for your consideration. The board has hired an internal auditor, Dr. Rufus and his company. Dr. Rufus and his staff created a risk assessment tool and will now present the risk assessment and his recommendation. Dr. Rufus?
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. My name is Mondo Rufus, and I'm here to represent the firm of Mondo Rufus Company PC, the internal auditor for the Texas Board of Nursing. As the internal auditor, we are required by Texas Internal Auditing Act to prepare an audit plan and present it to the governing board for approval. In order to prepare the audit plan for fiscal year 2022, we performed a risk assessment. And as part of that risk assessment, we reviewed the strategic plan, legislative appropriation requests, annual financial reports, operating budget, report from a state auditor's office or other agencies, and any other reports or documents that were relevant to our assessment. Additionally, we surveyed the department heads within the agency, and as a result, we identified what we call areas of interest. You see that on page 6 of the audit plan. And then we use the criteria as listed on page 7 of the audit plan. One of them being the exposure level, basically how the agency would be perceived if anything went wrong within that particular unit or program. Complexity is the second one, how complex that program or unit is. Budgeted revenues and expenditures, how much actually flows through that particular area. A result of last audit, if that area has been audited in the past, what was found. The extent of controls or oversight. Are there any other controls in place or even oversight by another agency related to that particular program? Quality of controls that exist within that particular program or unit. Changes in systems and processes. Have there been significant changes that have affected that program or unit? And then the normal audit interval. When was the last time that particular section has been audited? So we assigned a score of 1 through 5 to each risk factor for each area of interest. And we assign more weight to 3 of the criteria, which we have here: quality of control, exposure level, and changes in systems and processes. So we came up with total risk for each area of interest and the ranking for each area of interest. After determining the total risk, we were able to determine the high risk areas, moderate risk areas, and low risk areas. I think it's also worth mentioning that the mere fact that an area is considered high risk does not necessarily mean that the area is poorly run or there is a danger to be worried about. However, it simply means when you add up all the scores for each risk factor, you just came up high. So as a result of our risk assessment, as shown on page 10, it's the last page of the audit plan. We are recommending the following areas for audit for fiscal year 2022. Human resource management. And the second one, the open records request. Your approval is required to enable the internal auditor to commence audit activities for fiscal year 2022. And I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have related to the process for the risk assessment and audit.
Any questions, board members? Or Mr. Mayak, do you have anything to add?
No, I would like to add that, we look at how many audits, obviously we're doing audits every year, 1 to 2 audits a year. And this is the first time we've ever gone into this area of human resource management and open records. So it's something new. So I think it's real positive to look at something different that we have not looked at in the past. Thank you.
I think that is good as well because human resources, I guess, was under operations, and now we have a human resource director. Is that correct, Mark? And so I think that is a good, it's under you. Okay, so it's under Ms. Thomas, but so there was a change, and with that addition of a new FTE in that area. And so I think that it sounds really good, Mr. Rufus, for looking at that. Any other questions or statements? Okay, this is a voting item. If I could have a motion.
This is Maisie Jamison. I move to accept internal audit plan as prepared by Monday Rufus, CPA for the fiscal year 2022.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Madam President, I'll second Kim Wright.
Who did that?
Kim Wright
Kim?
will second.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sometimes it doesn't come through on my end for the microphone. I appreciate that. So having a motion and a second, if there's no other discussion, we'll take a vote. And if you'll please do that vote under your board docs and orally. So Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and Kathy Ship, 4, and the motion passes. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Rufus, and for your work for our board.
Thank you.
Did board dogs not come up? Oh, she's not here. She'll take our oral vote. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me on track.
All right.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Rufus. And so when I'm in the process of taking these votes and I'm looking, and then everybody has been in a certain box, and then somebody else comes in and all my boxes move, I may have deer in the headlights trying to look and trying to find you. So I'm just explaining.
Brady Bunch flashbacks, President Ship, Brady Bunch flashbacks.
Yes. Yes, yes. So I had Ken over here on this side. Next thing I know, he's over, and then I see Jolene in there. So I'm like, okay. So, well, now, let me get back to my spot. We're going to go to 7.8, which is request for charge to the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee regarding standards of review and scope of practice for advanced practice registered nurses. So I have Miss Abel on here, and then I see Dr. Zyke on here, so.
Thank you,
Ms.
Madam
Abel?
President. Board members, the board routinely receives complaints regarding APRNs practicing outside their authorized scopes of practices, and staff has included some examples of the types of conduct that staff has reviewed in your board report. These complaints do not always result in discipline, but staff is seeing enough commonality among these complaints to believe that additional guidance to APRNs regarding the inappropriate expansion of an APRN's authorized scope of practice beyond the APRN's training, experience, and education might be necessary. Additionally, staff believes it may also be helpful to provide additional guidance regarding the board's processes in reviewing these complaints that relate to scope of practice violations. Staff is recommending that you charge the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee as outlined in your board packet for these purposes. And Dr. Zyke is here to answer any questions, or if you have any for me, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, board members? Okay, if there are no questions, then if we could have a motion, please, on 7.8.
Madam President, this is Laura Disk. I move to charge the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee to review the board's rules and make recommendations regarding rule revisions related to the inappropriate expansion of an APRN scope of practice. Further, charge the APNAC to make recommendations regarding rule revisions related to the board's processes for reviewing complaints regarding scope of practice violations. Move to charge the APNAC to make recommendations for the creation of related guidance documents such as FAQs or position statements.
Thank you. So I have a motion. If I could have a second.
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If there is no more discussion, if you will please vote in board docs and in oral. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and I'm Kathy Ship, and I'm for. So the motion passes. Thank you. So I did have a question. Do you have any idea about the time frame on this meeting for the committee? Dr. Zyke?
At this point, I don't have anything set in stone. I will get with the committee chair and certainly get with you regarding availability and get some dates and then get that information out to the committee to choose a date that's going to work best.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to that work. Okay. Okay, board members, we'll now move on to 8.6 ALJ proposals for decision. Agenda item 8.6.1, consideration of proposal for decision recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate 326454 issued to Christiana Kanabi, ASOA docket number 507202433. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this contested case was tried at the State Office of Administrative Hearings, and the respondent was represented by counsel. Following the hearing, the administrative law judge found the respondent violated the Nursing Practice Act and board rules. Specifically, the administrative law judge found that the respondent failed to report to her supervisors that oxygen was needed for the patient and that the patient was using her sister's oxygen supply as needed. Further, the respondent did not document the patient's gastric residual volumes in her nursing notes. And additionally, the respondent failed to notify the physician or her RN supervisor of the patient's fluctuating oxygen saturation levels and the sudden need to administer supplemental oxygen. And on February 18, 2017, the respondent failed to report the patient's declining condition. The ALJ recommended a probated suspension for 2 years to include direct supervision for the first year of the order, indirect supervision for the second year of the order, appropriate educational requirements, and other stipulations. Staff agrees with the ALJ's recommended sanction and specifies the remedial education to include a nursing jurisprudence and ethics course, a critical thinking course, a documentation course, and a physical assessment course, as well as employer notifications and quarterly reports to go along with the supervised practice. The respondent's attorney included a submission on behalf of the respondent, which is also included in your board packets. And staff would just point out that the final ALJ letter is also included in your board packet. And that letter, the ALJ specifically addresses how she considered the testimony regarding whether the respondent's conduct attributed to the death of the patient or not. And that was something that was brought up in the respondent's submission, so I wanted to point that out to you. Staff recommends that you adopt the proposal for decision without modification and adopt the proposed order that is included in your packets. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, board members?
I have a question. She's
Mhm.
currently working, she's an RN now?
The question is she's a licensed RN. I mean, I'm not sure where she's working at the moment.
Right, she obtained her RN degree and licensure in Florida, and that was at the time of the hearing, but I don't know, Ms. Disk, if she is currently working in Texas.
So this is gonna be against her RN license, right? If that's what she's gonna be practicing as now.
Well, this order is going to be, so for her to be able to practice in Texas, she would have to file an application for RN licensure here. And that would be an eligibility issue. This existing issue would be an eligibility issue that we would have to take into consideration before an RN license would be issued in Texas. So this order, because this was based on the time of the hearing and she had not applied for RN licensure in Texas at the time of the hearing, would only apply to her LVN license.
Got it.
And if she wanted to apply for RN licensure and she chose to do that, then this order would be taken into effect before that RN license would be issued for Texas.
Texas. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Do I have a motion?
This is
This
Maisie
is Kathy
Jamison.
Lederhorn. I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I move to adopt all proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose a 2-year probated suspension against the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
And Ms. Jamison, do you have a second?
Yes, I do. I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. You'll vote in your board docs and oral. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and Kathy Ship, myself 4, and the motion passes. Thank you. Next, we'll consider agenda item 8.6.2, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 306716 issued to Amy Burns, SOA docket number 507212455. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this was a contested case that was handled through a motion for summary disposition and the issuance of a proposal for decision. This revocation recommendation from the ALJ is based on the respondent's criminal conduct, and staff would just note that the conduct is one of the specific offenses that is listed in the Occupations Code section 301.4535. And as you'll recall, that section does require the revocation of the nursing license. And so staff recommends that you adopt the proposed order that is in your board packets. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Any questions? If there aren't any questions, could I have a motion on 8.6.2?
Madam President, Ken Johnson, I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and revoke the respondent's license as set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Melissa Scott, and I second.
So I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, we'll take a vote. Please vote in your board docs and orally. Mr. Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and Kathy Ship, myself 4, and the motion passes. Okay, now we will consider item 8.6.3. Consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 326589 issued to Amberly Curitan, SOA docket number 507213001. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this was another contested case matter that was handled through motion for summary disposition and a resulting proposal for decision recommending revocation of the respondent's license based on the respondent's criminal conduct. This criminal conduct also falls within the Occupations Code Section 301.4535, for which revocation is mandated by statute. Staff recommends that you adopt the proposed order in your packet, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? If not, could I have a motion on agenda 8.6.3?
This is Maisie Jamison. I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and revoke the respondent's license as set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Daryl Chambers. I second.
Thank you. So having a motion and a second, if there's no other comment, we'll take a vote. Please vote in your board docs and oral. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, I vote for.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and Kathy Ship, myself, and I'm for, and the motion passes. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is 8.6.4, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 177529 issued to Hossein Rahmati Jr., SOA docket number 507211518. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this was another contested case matter that was held before the State Office of Administrative Hearings. In the hearing, the petitioner did represent himself. And in September 26th of 2006, the petitioner surrendered his nursing license based upon sexual misconduct with patients. The petitioner filed a petition for licensure reinstatement on September 16th of 2020, which was denied by the executive director on February 8th, 2021, based upon the results of a forensic evaluation with the polygraph component that was completed by the petitioner on October 16th and 17th of 2020. The petitioner requested a hearing on the denial of his petition for licensure reinstatement. So on June 9th of 2021, a hearing was held at the State Office of Administrative Hearings regarding the petition for licensure reinstatement. Following the hearing, the administrative law judge recommended that the board deny the petition for licensure reinstatement. And staff has included a lengthy summary of the results of the forensic evaluation on page 1 of your packets. And the ALJ found, based on the evaluation, that the petitioner would not be able to conform to the minimum standards of nursing practice, or that he would be able to consistently avoid behaviors identified by the board as constituting unprofessional conduct. Staff is recommending that you also adopt the proposed order that's in your packets and deny licensure reinstatement for the petitioner. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, board members? Okay, if I could have a motion on 8.6.4.
This is Tamara. I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and deny the petitioner's petition for licensure reinstatement as set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. And a second, please?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote if there's no other discussion. And if you'll please vote in the board docs and orally. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright,
Kim Wright, 4.
and Kathy Shipp, 4. Myself. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Next is agenda item 8.6.5, consideration of proposal for decision recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of petition of reinstatement of certificate number 214306 issued to Kimberly Williams, SOA docket number 507213004. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this was another contested case that was handled through motion for summary disposition at the Office of Administrative Hearings, in which the ALJ recommended revocation of the respondent's license based on the criminal conduct of the respondent. And again, this was an offense that is included in the Occupations Code Section 301.4535. The respondent pled guilty to 2 counts of that felony offense, and that statute does mandate revocation of licensure because of that. And so staff is recommending that you adopt the proposed order that is in your board packets. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? Okay, if I could get a motion on agenda item 8.6.5.
This
Madam
is Tamara.
President,
Okay. Maisie?
This is Tamara or Maisie. You want me to go?
Oh.
This is Tamara. I move to adopt all the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and revoke the respondent's license as set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. And just, Ms. Jameson? A
This is
second.
Maisie Jamison, I second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, we'll take a vote. Please vote through board docs and oral. Mr. Chambers?
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson?
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright?
Kim Wright, 4.
And I'm Kathy Shipp, 4, and the motion passes. Thank you so much. So thank you, Ms. Abel, for all of your information and your hard work. Appreciate it. So I think that we are down to 9, which is the miscellaneous, and so we're on the home stretch. We're now moving into these final items. 9.1, review of the board quarterly meeting evaluation. It's a discussion only item. If you've had a chance to look at it. So at our last meeting, we had the evaluation of the board and the board members are functioning, and Ms. Thomas as our 13 members are over Ms. Thomas, and she's over the agency, so it was of Ms. Thomas. And so we had 8, or what, trying to see, responses or 8? Gonna have to, okay, gonna have to put on the glasses. So, and so we had 6 responses. We had more there because we have to have 7 for a quorum. I think maybe we had 9 that were present. And we had a positive in most of the columns a comment about the new members did exceptionally well. And it's a huge learning curve when you become a board member. And so I think it's overwhelming. I still remember my first board meeting all those years ago. And so it is a challenge, and we appreciate their involvement. So we avoided getting into administrative management details, IT. There was just a suggestion that virtual is a little bit of a challenge, and it's a challenge for all of us and our IT people, and we appreciate them that if they test anyone joining via WebEx. So we do come to the meeting earlier to see if everyone's on and if all can participate. So I think we did that. A diversity of opinions were expressed and issues were dealt with in a respectful manner. Executive session went very well. It's very productive and professional. The chair guided the meeting effectively and members participated responsibly, and they said I did a great job, and I do appreciate that. Matters to me for our meetings to go well. Future issues were identified. Issues were discussed in closed session, more so issues that are out of the control of the board. However, board members were encouraged to continue advocating for the public, for the state of Texas, and board members, we continue to support each other. So just encouraging each other and supporting the work we do. All guests, so one suggestion is all guests would recommend that they go through an IT pilot because technology was difficult at that last meeting. We had a difficult time, and today worked very well of our people coming in and presenting and being able to get on the WebEx. That's already better. And it was mentioned in the meeting, but possibly updating the options available in the executive director evaluation so that we could have maybe the way the options are. If you didn't have an opinion about it, if you were new, there wasn't like an NA because it didn't apply to being new. And so I think, did you want to speak to that?
Just to say, we heard that loud and clear, and we are going to amend the evaluation to include that and a spot for comments as well. Can be really challenging to fill one of these out. You don't know the person at all, so fully acknowledge that. And I think we have worked with, I think technology has been the biggest problem for us during all of the virtual meetings for our board, for our staff, and for our guests. And we try to learn something each time and give them different directions, give everybody different directions, but it doesn't always translate to a better outcome. It does depend on the individual person's internet access, the bandwidth in their area, the other people in their home using the equipment, all kinds of things that might interfere with the transmission. But we don't know when we'll be fully back in person, hopefully soon. But until then, we'll try to continue to learn from this and get people as prepared as we possibly can.
Thank you. I think, it was a little hard getting a start here, but we did get everyone in and out. And it, entering the meeting. So that went really well today. Talking about members being present, this has been a great meeting. We only have one missing. David Saucedo from El Paso, and had a lot of conflicts this week. And so I just want to say his wife is doing well. They're about 31 weeks in the pregnancy. It's a boy. And so that is good news for them. The meeting began and ended on time. So one of the statements, since going virtual last year, the board meetings have been lasting one day compared to face-to-face, where we need to return on Friday mornings to complete unfinished agenda items. I feel it takes less time moving proposed program, schools, and companies, vendors that have to present to us in and out of the meeting when we're virtually, which shortens our meetings so we can complete the meetings on Thursday. One of the comments that I just want to make is we have not had our board developments, and we need to do that. And that's something that usually takes some time that we have till Friday. So when we get back face to face, we probably will have to do And I know that we have some topics that we need to cover for that. And the staff has worked really hard to get us in and out in one day because of the virtual. And so there are some items that we'll need to be covering that haven't been at this point due to virtual. And although we prefer, and it may be mandated to meet with these entities face-to-face, maybe something to look at as we move back to face-to-face, that maybe some of them would be virtual. Meeting room conducive to work. Virtual board meetings have been an asset for the public. It has made the meeting much more accessible to the public, and I am so glad about that. Students around the state and other interested parties, can do the YouTube, and I think that's great. Instead of when before we couldn't do that. In our new facility next summer, we'll have that capability as well. And in miscellaneous, if it's not already in place, continue with live public virtual access. Same thing we just talked about. Any guests joining via WebEx should test it prior. We've talked about that. Groups presenting should be all together in one room. So last meeting, we had people in several locations trying to get in, and we couldn't get their information to go, and it was a delay. And so having them in the same area might help that if they were having bandwidth issues. Noting that we discussed in the executive meeting to revisit the answer choices for the year-end evaluations. We've covered that. Suggestion was made to add the NA, and that's that same thing we've talked about. And one said it has been a blessing, how welcoming and helpful everyone at the board is. I'm extremely appreciative of Patricia, who has ensured that my transition into becoming a member on the board has been seamless. I felt very prepared for the meeting and what to expect. So thank you for those comments. Make sure that you, Patricia will send you an evaluation for this meeting. So I never get everyone to send one in. That would be nice if it had a 12 out of 13. So just try to get them in if you possibly can. So thank you for that. Did you have anything else you wanted to say? And just thank you again to staff, doing a great job, working hard. They're working on this lots of days, lots of weeks in advance for our meeting to be successful. So the next item is 9.2, and that is our E&D, informal conferences, and board meetings, E&D committee meeting dates. And so if you look, we have the one form I'm holding up here that has the actual calendar, but in the next 9.3, we have appointments. So you might look at both of those, and it shows what we have for eligibility. And if you can just look, and I'm not going to take the time here to fill them in, that runs us into a lot of extra time, but we do Ken and Daryl have signed up for times to observe informal and the E&Ds, and then they will be a working member of those meetings. And remember, we just need one informal per quarter. And so we've got those down. You'll notice that Rick is down for January, but Daryl's down for February, but Daryl's observing. He's not there he is a full board member, but Rick is in the position in January of observing, and Daryl is learning about it, I guess is the best way to put that. And then eligibility and disciplinary, we have some LVN positions. Melissa said she hadn't had a chance to look. We have a few consumer positions that are needed. And if you'll just look at that and get back to us and let us know when you can, if you can fill in any of those spots. And we have one informal spot left, and that's the October, November, December, that just to have someone look at informals for one of those 3 months.
Madam President, this is Kathy Leaderhorn, and I can fill in some of those E&D dates. Like I can take May, and is it just May that is lacking
No,
an
no,
LVN?
we need, and Melissa hasn't looked either, but we need August, September, and November for LVN. So there's several of them. So if the two of you, I think Kim had already put some in. So there's 4.
I can do September and November. Melissa, if you'll look at August, it's just back to school and stuff is kind of crazy then.
Okay. And so you can do November, Kathy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we have May 10th. That needs an LVN, and we need an LVN February. So y'all don't have to decide right now. Just
Oh, I can for sure do February. I do know that one.
okay.
It was just bad when E&D fell on Valentine's Day. My kids had a revolt.
Okay. So we've got those. So we have a couple of consumer spots, and so you guys can look at that. Okay, the next thing, and then we have that one informal that's going to be October, November, December. So everybody look at that. So now if we look at 9.3, in looking at the board budget liaison, I put David on that, and then I was putting Daryl as on internal auditor liaison. So is that okay with you, Daryl? I'm looking to be on that, be that liaison person.
Yes, sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay, okay. And board development has been Kim and Rick, and Kim has been on for quite a while, and Rick also. So I didn't know if somebody else wanted to do board development, or if you want to, I mean, no pressure, if you want to stay on, or if somebody wants to take that spot. Okay, you can think about it and let me know. Strategic planning, I was going to put myself on there, and then Rick had been on in the past, and I didn't know if Rick still wanted to stay on that or move off.
I'm okay with staying.
Okay, good, great. And then board advisory committees, if you guys can look at that, I do the advanced practice. The advisory committees on education are Ken, Allison, and still Tamara until she goes off, and then whoever the ADN person is on. And education liaison committee is still Ken, Allison, and who that is. Now, nursing practice, excuse me. Diana had been on before and Melissa had been on, and I didn't know, Laura, did you want to be on that? But you were also on Growth and Nursing Education Task Force, so I didn't know if you want to just be in one of those spots or,
Whichever one you need me on.
okay. I wondered if you go to nursing practice, Carol said she'd kind of like to be on the nursing education.
Perfect. Okay.
And Allison had been on Nursing Education Task Force. Did you want to stay on there, Allison?
Yes, ma'am. If you still need me, I'd like to stay.
Okay, so we'll put Carol and Allison. And then, so Melissa and Laura will be on practice. It made me sad to see Diana's name on there. You know, she left and we didn't even get to say goodbye when she moved to Michigan. And then on advisory committee for licensure eligibility was still Macy and Kathy Leaderhorn. Did you guys want to stay on there?
That's fine with me.
Okay. And
Same.
Kathy, I didn't. Is that a yes, Kathy? Okay, good. Okay. Then we'll get those sent out.
And you
Alright.
did say you're taking me off of the advisory education and the liaison?
Right, yeah,
Okay, okay,
yeah.
just making
Well,
sure.
because Ken is in that LVN spot
Correct.
now. Yeah.
Just making
so
sure. Okay.
Ken and Allison, yeah. And then Tamara's still here as long as she's here. Okay. And So we'll get in touch with you if there's anything, and then somebody think about that informals or then those other spots that are missing when you get a chance to look at it. That's good. And I hope that you got to see that we received the flowers that are there in front of the table for the, from National Council honoring Louis, Dr. Waddell. So special lady for us. Okay, so,
Kathy.
any questions? Let me look here.
Madam
Those-
President,
Yes,
you can put me down for those informals if you'd like.
okay, I can't, is that Kim?
This is Kim,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Some of you in your talk, when it comes through, it doesn't come as as easy, and I can't hear. So thank you, Kim, for doing that. So Kim, you'll just choose and inform one of those 3 months, October, November, December, just one of them, whenever you check your schedule. That's good. Okay. All right. So anything else?
I was just going to add for everybody, I don't know if we'll have any virtual participation next time or not, or in the future, but for those of you who stay at home, if you wear your headset, you can definitely be heard better. If those of us here can't do that because we have to use the microphones, and then the sounds from both systems go through one sound bar and computer. So that's the instruction we have. Can you hear us as well on the microphones? Yeah, I see some heads nodding. So for those of you that aren't wearing headsets, it would make it much clearer to hear you in the future if we happen to have to do this again. The other thing I wanted to add is for the new members, Ken Johnson and Daryl Chambers, the Attorney General's Law and Liability Conference for December 15th is available for registration today. And you can go ahead and register and submit those to Kizzy Gonzalez, and she will process a voucher for you.
Yes, ma'am.
It really is a good conference, and it's very kind of overwhelming, and it's real heavy with lawyers, the legal part, but it really just kind of rounds out the knowledge and kind of how we do things and why we do things. And
Do you know if that's a virtual?
No, it's in person at the AT&T Center.
Okay, in person at the AT&T. I'm sure one of our lawyers will be in attendance too, and I think it's a good opportunity for new board members particularly to get a big, broad brush kind of view of responsibilities of agency, all the different laws that apply to us outside of just the Nursing Practice Act that has created our board and entrusted y'all with that authority. There's a lot of other laws that affect and can affect the board's processes that are, I mean, anyone that's been or wants to go again, I think that we should be able to find a way to sign y'all up.
Kathy Thomas, this is Maisie. I've been to the governor's conference, but not the AG's conference.
I think I'm not sure if it's the same thing. There is a governor's conference.
I was
which
told there were
appears-
2 separate things.
yes,
Law and Liability Conference is a separate one.
That's
Yes.
what I thought.
Okay.
It's basically this, a lot of the same thing. I think the AG's is a 2-day.
it was
think it's-
before, but
I think it's
I don't
only
know.
for,
yeah, but if you haven't been, then you should go.
Hey,
I
wait,
think
wait.
it's-
I just have to ask. Did you say it's at the AT&T, like the Dallas Cowboys Stadium? And I was at the Ramada.
no.
Yes, it is. That's how big it is.
I was
It's-
like,
Jerry Jones has a,
Jerry Jones is going to do the AG conference, and I was at the
No.
Ramada.
Gotta move it.
It's the,
no,
it's the AT&T Conference Center on the University of Texas campus here. in Austin.
Okay.
So where do I go to
Man.
register?
We'll send it to you. It's a link to it. Has a registration link.
Thank you.
I think
Yes.
you need to go to that one as well.
Who?
I'm sorry, who was
Rick?
talking?
Rick,
This is Rick. Yeah, I don't think
You
I've been
haven't
to the
done that?
AG's conference.
You went to
It's
the
the
governor's,
governors,
but you
right.
didn't go to the law and liability? Okay.
Will our new
No.
board members get to stay at La Quinta this time?
Stay what?
At La Quinta,
I can't hear.
our new board members, have they
Oh.
had the opportunity to stay at La Quinta?
It's only fair.
It is
All about
fair.
equity.
It is fair. Equity.
Initiation.
That has its own story about it. Okay, so I think we're good. I think we have everything. And let's see, it's 2:40, and so I have a script that I work off of that is provided to me by Patricia, and at the bottom it says celebrate. Can you see that? Because we're done. So it's 2:41.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if you guys could speak to, do we anticipate being back in person in January, just so I can start making plans? Ms. Thomas, do you?
Yes, we are anticipating being back in person in January, but we were anticipating in October too, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Good point.
I can't make any promises, depends on how things go, but yes, tentatively,
Gotcha.
we would like to be back in person in January.
Awesome. Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You too,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Great meeting.
Thank you,
Nice
Madam
good to see everybody.
President
Thank you.
and board staff.